Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? I actually overslept so hard. I overslept so hard. I think I when I woke up it was 11:40 something. It's like, oh god. And I just have to immediately go for breakfast and real quick and go prep for something. just me being hectic, say, oh god. So yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit tired because I thought for the past 2 days I took a leave. I took leave for the past 2 days. The boss is like, okay, sure, yeah. So, well, I thought that I'm able to relax for a little bit, but I guess not. I guess not, because oh boy, there's so many things that have been told that needs to be done. I mean, of course, there's the hospital visit, but hospital visit only takes a little bit. It doesn't take too long, so that's good. It's just the family stuff. Oh god. I'm okay. I promise I'm okay. Just a little bit tired. Just a little bit tired. Doing well. Nice. Good to know. Hi love. Hi Meg Large. Hey. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. So yeah, I want to try out. Oh, thanks for the pets. I want to try out Dragon's Dogma because there's dragons in it, obviously. And also, I want to see if the game is like so optimized that I can use 3D stuff. I mean, if not, I can always revert to 2D. That's why I did not enable my redeems yet. So yeah. Hello, cute kobo. Hello, Evie. I do hope you are doing good. I am actually like super blur right now because honestly I just woke up not too long ago. I woke up like less than an hour ago. I just rushed everything. I just rushed all the morning routine and I just like get a light breakfast and rushed here. I'm sorry. The thing is, I slept at a normal time yesterday. I slept at 1. Well, not normal, but it's normal enough. 1 a.m. is good enough. Oh, hi Archmuffin. Yeah, it's been a while. Hi. Oh no. It's okay. It's okay. I'm slowly waking up. So if my brain is all over the place, you guys know what happened or why. You know why my brain is all over the place. So I'm okay. I promise. All the headphones. Thank you. I saw a lot of people has been playing the finals. I downloaded it because my mid-school friend is like, hey. My mid-school friend is like, we're not playing Counter-Strike anymore. When I try out the finals, like, sure, let me download it. Haven't played it since. Because when they asked, the next day I went to KL, so. Okay, so this is. Wait, the Dragon's Dogma. I played for 8 hours, but for this one, because I heard that this is a very long game, right? This is a very, very long game. So I'm gonna make this a weekly thing. It's not gonna be like me doing it constantly for like days, like keep doing it. I'm gonna do it like once per week. So slowly get it done, I guess. Thing? 25? 25, oh my god, that's a lot. Hey, I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, wait, where's it? Oh, it's here. I'm just gonna put this here. I'm gonna open up Dragon's Dogma. I don't know why my PC is super laggy, but Let's hope everything works well. Oh, speaking of, I have like a huge... I think that's called a tank tart. Tank tart. Like a very big cup. Oh my god, Japanese. Like a oh. Why is it in Japanese? Did I change something? Yeah, big cup of coffee. Okay, it's controlled. Nice. Oh, there we go. English. There should be safe data, right? You know, it's a game of considerable age when manual is the thing that you saw in the menu, and then the menu goes to main menu. That's something else. Oh, the pet's a little bit offset. Oh, I want speedrun mode. Okay, let me check the options real quick. Device type, Xbox control. Am I using Xbox controller? I don't know. So many pets. Thank you, Archmuffin. Engaging comic. Thanks for the pet too. Thank you. Did I tell you I was speaking to the doctor about HRT on the 4th? Oh, nice. Oh, congrats. That's really good. I don't know if my PC can handle all of these. I'm pretty sure I can change the settings in-game, right? I think. Yeah, it should be fine. I'm gonna start a new game. Okay, I see my load game. Let's save the game. Now, who needs that? I don't think I went far. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Can I see like... Oh, you don't show me the save file, it just goes right in? Oh god. No, I will. I am starting a new file. I'm just curious where I was. Of 8 hours of game. What the why am I using bow and arrow? Oh god. How do I... Why am I using bow and arrow? That's not me. Oh god. Ling Long. Oh shit. Oh, I put my own name. Yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, save and return to title screen, thank you. I mean, I'm gonna start a new game anyway. I don't think I want to start from here. I don't even know what I'm doing. Man, this is gonna be like the next Baldur's Gate of my channel. Mind you, I haven't finished Baldur's Gate yet. I feel kind of bad about it. Okay, new game. Yeah. Yeah. Select your desired game difficulty. Normal, easy. What? Oh, hard mode is on the... Maybe the hard mode is like... on the main menu. I'll play normal. I'm not easy. I'm at least normal. I'm stoned. Just a little kobo confusion. It's a treat. Oh, I think you're gonna get a lot of kobo confusion today. Maybe this channel needs a deckable headpads too. I need to figure out how to not let the headpad overwrite itself. So that it doesn't like... When people spam headpads, it doesn't get overwritten. And then headpad just doesn't show anymore. Which is kind of sad. I need to figure out that one. Maybe I need a queue system. Like a QUEUE. In another place, in another life, another child of man blazes your path. Why does it sound so cool? My avatar is not moving anymore. It's so dark. I cannot see anything. Can I change the gamma? Can I make the game video? Screen. Oh, brightness. Y'all gonna get flashbanged? I'm gonna put it as 12. Hi Jade. Your favorite game? This one? I just started. This is a new game. Even though I had a save file just now, but I do not want to play that one. I don't even know where I left off. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Draw. Oh. Look at that. The first thing they mention is a dragon. Best game. Examine.
ここらにも兵たちの向こうがひどいありさまですね。長き我々の戦いもこの地で決着がつくでしょう。
Huh. Oh, let's grab. Oh, LB to block. Okay. Shoot summon. Symbol attack. Shoot strike. Oh. Yeah, I am so confused. Hi Tylra, hi Sherna. Just stopping by to say hi and need to go because college stuff might be back though. Alright. Good luck with college, Sherna. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh shit, what? Hey! Can I like... Ooh, look at that. Are you gonna breathe fire at me? No, right? Can you shut the fuck up? Why do you keep talking? Is that the dragon's voice? Oh my god, why are you so hot? Why is all dragons' voices are so hot? I don't understand. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining when the dragon's voice is so hot, okay? I guess we're going. No fall damage. Pay heed to the world around you may be scaled by a long fall and an injury or death. There is fall damage. I was about to say there's no fall damage. Just go down, it's fine. Invoking this stone can gain you new allies known as... I get ally from this? Oh, okay. What are you doing? Dragon no Keihayo. Can they shut the fuck up? Do they actually talk this much all the time? Kobo bias. Nice dragon. Oh, was that heal? That's a cool heal. Issue basic orders. Help! 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 I'm just little kobo. Help! Help! I'm just little kobo. Help! Come! 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 Goblin! Goblin? Go! Go! Get him! Get him! Get him! Go! Go! Get him! Ooh. Oh, I got money. Hey, what are you doing? Trying to blow me up? I am only level 1. I have no loot. Get bonked. Get bonked. Bonk, bonk.
油断せず前へ進みましょう。やりました。
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I got bombed.
こっちに来てください。他に生存者はいないのでしょうか。
I guess dragons are just hot in general. Oh, yes. Yes. Ooh, that is heal. Oh shit, what's going on? Hi? Why do I not remember the starting of the game is so intense? What is this? Oh, there's someone else in there. It says I can run, right?
獣のような。カクサ様、まだ息があるようです。
I'm so strong. Wait, don't I get to make my own character? Question mark. Wait. You have timing strikes? You have timing strikes? What the fuck is this game? What? Yeah, that's delayed. This is quick. Wow, okay. Oh, I thought it was just a normal bird and I saw the head. Ew. What? What? I brought it down. I brought it. What do you mean? I brought it down. I think the companion system is very interesting in this game. Kochi desu. Are you sure you guys just want to jump down like that? Look at this. Yeet. Oh, sorry. Wait, I'm just little kobo. Yeet. Oh, I think I got him. Alright, I'm going down. I'm gonna fight. Whoa, what? Wait, can you grab someone like that? Wait, can I grab you? Ow. Oh my god, that is so brutal. They just okay. So, do I just do this as well? I don't like the snow harpies. I don't like the snow harpies. They're so scary looking. Hi? Uh-oh. Did someone got grabbed? What? I don't know what's going on with so many things going on here. Oh, hi, Brian. Hello. Birds. Yeah, birds. Hi. Who are you? Wait, I'm not at full health. Why am I not at full health? Why would they? Why is everyone regarding me as like a very high, strong person? This game has been on my list for so long. You totally should. Yeah, you totally should. Especially because Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out soon. What? Oh, okay. I didn't know. It was made by the same team that made Devil May Cry, if I remember correctly, and that's one of my favorites. Oh, okay. More habits. Thank you, Muffin. Okay. What? Oh shit. Oh shit, family friendly. No, I'm blocking it. I'm blocking it. I'm blocking it. Chimera? Oh, you look so cool. Wait, do I actually snake tail? You do! Oh, that's cool. I'm... Help? Grab onto and climb upon larger monsters that cost you stamina? What the fuck? Are you telling me that I can grab? No, come here. Oh, oh that's right. Oh, this is the best game. I didn't know you can do this. No, come here. Oh my god, that's so cool. I can jump and grab. No. You cannot just roll kobo away. You cannot just roll kobo away. Alright. It doesn't work that way. Come on. That's right. This is what the kobo does best. Grabbing onto things. Am I doing good? Hey man, you wanna keep roaring? Okay. Come here. You wanna keep roaring? Nah. I'm dying. Help. 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 Eat moss? What? No, that's my moss. Give it to me. Oh, I'm healed. Kobo not playing on Nightmare? What? This is normal. I don't think I can play on Nightmare. Can I block? I can, right? Oh! Hey, don't squish the kobold. Why do you keep roaring? Uh-oh. Help! Help! Kobold's dying! I'm gonna grab onto you. Yeah, that's right. This is good. This is even better. Oh! I did it. Yeah, don't mind me just... Oh no. That is the dragon's voice, right? That is hot as fuck. I'm sorry. Excuse me? Why is that so hot? Power crane is not existent. Kobo will see my pawn when she gets to it. Huh? Pawn? Gregory. We love Gregory. Is that a dragon? Gregory? Oh no. Le plaisir délicieux. Oh, the delightful and ever novel pleasure of a useless occupation. That's his name? That's rather generic for a dragon, though. Gregory. You know what? I don't care. The dragon's hot. Any name befits that dragon. What do you mean generic? It sounds like Gregory, you know, like Gregory. But it's Gregory with a double I. Oh, that's so cool. But why is it so soft? Why is the audio like super soft? Is that newborn? Uh-oh. What's with the birds? Are they trying to eat the dragon? Oh, no. Oh, you're getting eaten. Oh, well, hey, food. Look at that. Breakfast. When was the last time you seen a dragon with a Russian... That's a Russian name? Like, Grigory? Those such as harpies, no biggie. Looks like breakfast to the dragon, yeah. Oh. Gender. I can do a spin. I can do a spin. They did this very cursed, just saying, oh, yes! Yes! That's what I want. Please enter the name. Invented character will be changed to asterisk. Do I just type? There it is, okay. I cannot confirm. I cannot confirm. What do you mean? Oh, confirm is start, okay. Your moniker will display for players with parental control enabled. Oh, it's parental control, so these are just like the family-friendly names. Dragon. Where's Dragon? Oh wait, is that Kobold? Konoha. Oh my god, you suck. There's no Kobold, really? If there's no dragon, I'm gonna be so upset. Oh, there it is. That works. Kobo will not see your pawn. Oh, why? I don't have parental control. Dr. Willy, is that there? Oh. Oh no. Because you don't have the Russian language pack installed that I'm sure of. I don't know how to read Russian though. That's the main bad guy in Mega Man. Oh, Mega Man 2, right? Oh shit, I don't remember. But yeah, I remember because Mega Man collabed with Dragalelos at one point, and we need to fight Dr. Willy. Right, I forgot. Ooh, okay. 1 through 10. Okay. So it's a big deal. I'm a scary valley. Oh, Avali? But how can the Avali be scary though? Oh. Well, I'm not. Hi, Asako. Welcome. Build. Oh. Oh, thick. That's a lot of builds. Where's the thick one? We're gonna go for a thick. Space Chimkin. Oh no. Avali is food. Test voice. My favorite part. These are just kobold noises. I have to scoot, but I wish you all a lovely dragon's Dogma. Okay. Take care, Archmuffin. Thanks for all the pets. Here, you can... You get beans, mush. Which one is more kobold? This one is more kobold, it feels like. No, this one is more kobold. Height 184, weight 117. That's a strong weapon. I'm 172 or something. Perceive this character. Make more detailed edits. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I see what you mean now, Jade. Make more detailed edits. Thank you for being to Kitty Bean. Wow. You're also cute. Hey, your ponytail? No, this is not. What do you call this again? Twin tail? I don't know. Ponytail? No, ponytail is something else. This is ponytail, right? Damn, I just realized. Wait, look at the neck though. Look at the size of the neck though. That's one strong weapon. Oh my god. Have you played Layer 7? Never heard of Layer 7. What is the number 1 hair? Oh, are these like the male hair? In Ultra Kill? It's out? Oh, the newest chapter? Shit, it's been a long time since I last played Ultra Kill. I was stuck at trying to get the P rank for 4-2 for hours, and I just like got tired of it. But yeah, I'm gonna play the new one if it's out. The story's really good. You know, hair like this is like the most gender neutral hair ever. The gender neutral hair. I'm choosing this one. Face shape. You know, I'm not changing face shape. Eyes is good. What kind of ears can I have? Of course there's... Of course there's... Of course. Preset body stature. Oh. Oh. Should I just make a kobold? Like small? But I want thick though. I want to be the smallest warrior. How about that? Yeah, the smallest warrior. But thick. Not that thick though. Just... this thick. Skin color? I can pink? Are you serious? What kind of game is this? Gives you pink skin? Sure. That looks like... It took you 15 straight hours to P42. Yeah, just 42 is so hard. It's really like a wall that you need to go through. Maybe someday I'll try it again. Make it like a community challenge or something. Do I want pink skin? Pink skin looks... pink skin looks like pig. I don't like it. You know what? This is the first time ever I'm just gonna make it like a normal skin. That's not normal. Why are you shiny? Why are you... Why are you oily? It's not hard, it's bullshit. But I got it down to, I think, 6 minutes lower than the time limit. Shit. Hi, Roxas. Why are you oily? Why is that one oily? Why is that the only one that's oily? Oh, nope. I found another oily one. So there's 3 oily skin. Well. What? Did the game bug out? What's with these two? Oh, are these blank canvas? Yeah, those must be the blank canvas. But why though? I'm so close to choosing this one. Bitch, shrink the slither into anywhere. Yeah, I have to do it. Build. Musculature. Damn. Damn, that's strong. Nah, I don't like it. Yeah. Too much muscle scares me somehow. Bust size. Oh, of course. What do you mean? I should get back to playing this game. Oh, you played it before? You should keep out this dingleberry. Dingleberry? The hand is non-existent. What do you mean? I'm good. Kobo need huge arm. Yeah, I can see why you say that it's cursed. Oh no, no legs? No legs? A skipping leg day, huh? Nah, I want this one, it's all good. Stance. Imposing timid? Is that timid? This is bad posture. It's all timid. Stance? Macho or ladylike? Well, if ladylike means say you're gonna shove your right hand to your butt, I don't know what that means. How is that ladylike? Why do you shove your right hand to your butt? Yeah, macho. I guess. Yeah, okay. Features, scar, wrinkles, makeup, color adjustment. Oh, it's just... Yo, eye color, I can make it as saturated as possible. Dude, that's so cursed. I like it. Makeup color? It's so cursed. Ooh, this one really makes it pop. Look at that. Yeah, this one's good. Oh, we don't change the skin color. It's perfect. Haircut. Ooh. Cranberry? Oh no. Okay, why is hair color doesn't have purple in it? I mean, anything else you have purple, but the most logical one, hair color with purple, you don't have it. Really? Okay, game. Okay, I see how it is. Green? Looks like Shrek. So it looks like Shrek. I'm making this Shrek. Oh wait, this one. Ooh. Yeah, sure. What kind of scar can I have? I cannot see the scar. Zoom, zoom. Oh shit, okay. Oh. Why is scar only on face? Oh, there it is, speaking of. That's a lot of scar. Now, you know what? I don't like scars. I want my clean body. Okay, I guess that's everything. Back. Confirm. This is perfect. This is peak. This is peak. Yes, I'm ready to play. They ran out of dye. There was nothing left for the hair. That's kind of sad though. Purple. I want purple. Eat more moss. You know what? Yeah, I want to collect mosses. And moss is good. Even though moss hurt me. But moss is still good. Oh no! I mean, oh yes! Oh, that looks so good, it's perfect. So, what's with the first character that I played? What does that even mean? What does that have to do with my character? Dragons are good? Yeah, dragons are very good. Damn, the neck. Is your mouth okay? Oh yeah, I don't know if I said, but hi Wolf. Normal human being. Oh my god, my arm is so thick. Actually thick. Damn, I'm made for this. Yo, that first person that ran towards the dragon is me. The first person that ran towards the dragon, that's me. Dragon? Damn, that looks so good. Oh. Are you... Wait, are you blind? Or they're just like the layer of the skin of your eyes? The guard is useless? The guard didn't even try. The guard is the first one that ran away. What the fuck? Grab that sword. Yeah. That's mine now. Loot. Loot. Am I actually gonna fight? Okay. Hey, look, I'm a kobold, alright? The dragon is gonna be like, yeah, I'm okay with kobolds. Oh, that's so good. Come here. Hey, I learned something. I'm not I'm not flinched by the roar. Come here. Yeah, you're mine, dragon. Come on, give it to me. I like you. Oh, did I die? I love this game. Ooh. Oh, so you are not blind, okay. What are you supposed to do against a giant dragon falling out of the sky? I mean, the guard can at least let people evacuate first, and instead of being the first one to run away. Are you speaking otherworldly language? Uh-oh. Oh shit, I'm dead. Alright. Hey, I just made the kill. What the fuck? I don't remember any of these. You're speaking some otherworldly language I don't recognize. How am I still moving? My heart is out. I'm supposed to be dead. There you go. Thank you. So, what was that? I am so confused. So I'm dead? Yeah, I'm very dead. Who is this woman? What the fuck? There is no fucking... How am I alive? I don't trust this. You got it just because it has dragon in its name, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna miss out on all the lore, by the way. Did they mention any lore? Oh. Oh, dragon magic. It didn't really kill me. Kaksha? Oh, he was actively speaking lore to you, but since someone has Japanese VL... Okay, the thing that he was speaking was not Japanese, I'm sure. Those were not Japanese words. When he's doing all the heart transplant thing, nothing spoken is in Japanese. I assure you, those were not Japanese words. But you're the Arisen. I am the Arisen. It is time for you to begin your journey as Arisen, but before you can win your heart back from the dragon, I'm gonna win my heart for the dragon? You need to prepare. Okay. I'm so small. Take a weapon. Your vocation determines your basic attributes, readable equipment, and skills. Oh, it's like a job. Fighter, sword and shield, melee specialist with attacks and counter attacks able to cut through any resistance. Daggers and... I was Strider? How the fuck was I playing Strider? That's not me. Mage? I'm not about that. Fighter. Yes. You can equip yourself with primary and secondary weapon. Primary weapons such as swords and daggers are combat essentials, like bows and shield offer support. Okay. Can I just like... Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Local kobo in your area! Wake up! Gosh, tough crowd. They don't even want to wake up. Blank scroll. It's mine now. Any loot? Grab? Oh. Well. Oh, wake up! Are you awake? Nut? Okay, I got nut. By the way, height and weight have consequences here. Oh. Nah, I'm sure it's all good. I'm sure it's fine. Anything else I can grab? Wake up. Wake up. Yeet. Just the way they shake. Hot drink is in the area ready to steal your heart. My heart has been stolen. I'm okay with that. This playthrough is gonna take like 10 years. If I just keep doing this. Wake up! I got nut. Why do I have a nut? Can I eat nut? Me 3 date. Mine. Wake up. Oh. Harsh spirit milk? Alright, don't mind me destroy everything here real quick. Alright, I just need some loot. Thank you very much. Look, if anything I can get here, it will be mine, okay? Empty flask. Wait, I can get water then, right? Rock? Oh my god, I found the best item. I don't know if that works that way. Okay. Guys, I have rock. Can I? There it is, okay. Tools. Hold. Yeah. Yeah, I have a rock. It's mine now. Dwayne Johnson? Your loot load will be quite underwhelming. What? But I have rock. Ooh. Get jump scared. Hi. Defeating foes and completing quests earns you experience, and each level gain raises all your attributes. Okay. Pause menu, check attribute, full map, quest information, and more. Hi. The spec. You should be a bed. I read this that. Wow, okay. Present. Actually, not. Why would I want to give something to you? Hey, mine. Oh, mine. 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 Oh, mine. Anything else? Mine. Broom? Mine. Oh. Oh my god, money! Alright, do you have anything else that I can take? Guess not. Yeah, I think that's everything. At least everything that I can take. Alright, bye-bye. You progress through the game by completing quests. Always talk with the people you meet. They'll surely have all... What? People who bear an icon above their head possesses special information. Those bearing grey icons have new quests to offer. Take oil? No, okay. The game has kind of bad audio balancing. Sometimes very loud, sometimes very soft. Yo, mine! Silence can be combined with others to produce surprising results. Experiment and see what you can come up with. Okay, you got it. You got it, boss. A gaily decorated pie favored by actors and jesters, meant for throwing, not eaten. What? But it's a pie. What do you mean? Lantern? A simple canadian that ought to be thrown to make noise. Continue to recover a tiny amount. Oh, that's what nut do. Okay. Recover a bit of health. So I can combine things? A bit of health and stamina. Oh. Cloud. Oh. Cloud wine? Local spirit combined with other materials to produce all of use. Combined with... What? Desiccated herbs? Here? A time-tested folk remedy. Consume them to recover a bit of health. I'm already gaming? Let's go. Into unknown? Sure. Eyedropper? What? Like a heal? A dropper that restores sight to the eyes. There's blindness in this game? Shit, okay. Well, I'm already gaming, so that's good. No. I'm so stubby. This is the best character yet. Gaming? Oh yeah, totally. I'm so gaming. Hi, can I steal stuff? What the fuck? That's my house? Mine. I don't care if it's my house or not. Mine.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Okay, I'll yip. Okay, can I practice? Hi, numbers. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're doing it. Yep. Prepare to get yipped at. Large nut? Large yip? I have a good house. how yip good? Good yip. Yip very good. Yip. Hey, do you have things for me to take? Oh god, it's lagging. I came from here. Large nut? Can I have the large nut? No, it's mine. You cannot just take a large nut from a couple. That's my loot. My loot. My loot. Oh shit, I'm in an inn. Can I kill you? Maybe not yet. But do you have anything to take though? Yep. Yep. Oh! Oh, shiny! Yep. Mine. 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 I have a knife! I have a knife! Oh, oh my god, I'm rich! Yep! I'm so rich, yep! Oh yeah, also I hope you're doing good. Numbers will come in. It has been a while. I'm still slowly waking up. I overslept very hard today. I woke up at almost 11:40 something, I think. Notice boards across Grand Seas. Advertise quests, errands, and...
Favors you can choose not to take. Hmm? Mice? Rabbit? Why am I trying to kill all these little things? Oh, okay. What you want, huh? Oh! Wait, I can actually hurt people? I've been thinking about getting that pottery game to use that pun. Gaming? Pottery game? Ooh. It has been a bit since I've been here to barter the boat. Yeah, the boat has been absent for quite a bit too. The boat went for a trip. And the boat came back, I think, last Saturday. I went for a little trip to attend to a furry con. So yeah. Oh, speaking of, can I do that? Oh, it does that? No, that's a worst full screen ever. But still, now that I'm here, let me just do this to a few cute beans real quick. The beans. Nigga, the beans. The sweet beans. Get shouted at. I mean, of course, there's also another bean. There's so many beans. Check them out. They're amazing. Purchase equipment and use finance from shops or wandering merchants you encounter on your travels. You mean the one that I almost killed? You can restore health and stamina by advance the passage of time at any inn or resting spot. Oh, inn. Right. The one that I almost killed. Hey, where did the person go? Anything, anything? Any loot? Any loot? I want loot. You know, this town better watch out. they have a kobold on the loose. It's a pretty stone. This is the best game ever. Where's the pretty stone? Is that curative? No. What? A pebble that sparkles like a precious stone? It seems to contain valuable minerals. This is the best. This is the best item ever. Hi, anything I can steal? There's a game called Master of Pottery where you essentially make pottery, paint it, and then sell it or put it in an exhibition. Oh, so it's something like what's the game called? Parspatu. You know, the game where you draw stuff and then you sell it. Like you make an art and then you dragon spit. Oh my god. A combustible designed to envelop the area around the point of impact in flames. Why would I want to throw that? That's my dragon spit, mind you. My dragon spit. No one else's. Press B while climbing down a ladder to descend quickly. Okay. Slide? That is really fast, yeah. What? Oh. That looks similar. That looks familiar. Hi? Oh. What? Why do you always show your palm like that? How do you know about this? Not human? They lack the will, the spark that drives us. So they're just not human then. They live as sellsword. Myrmidons? Gathering face a dragon. Is it gonna be that easy though? The game's called Dragon's Dogma. The dragon that stole my heart away is in the title. It's the logo. I don't think it's gonna be that easy to reach the dragon. Before leaving, visit the store and make sure you have ample supplies. Hi, why do you have yellow? Oh. More things to say? Okay, why do you have yellow? What do you mean? Can I grab you? Oh, sorry? The heavy load will cause your stamina to deplete more quickly. Sell or discard any and all items you no longer need. Hi. Oh, ow, fuck. I guess I'm going out? Oh no, what are you looking at now? The well has gone mostly dry. No sign of it being what? Being used of late? I mean, how would you use it if you put something on top like this? Okay, let me talk to you then. Ignore your surroundings at your great peril.
宿営地へ向かいましょう。道に沿って進めば宿営地に着くはずです。
Okay, can you wait for me? Wood. Loot. Do you have loot? See, the thing is, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just all over the place. Money?
この回廊は行商人などよく利用しているようです。
Damn, I'm pretty strong. Is this west? West is left, right? Like on the bottom right, bottom left of the map. Where I'm heading is west, right? I think. Oh. 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 Save the peddler? I should know. Yeah, I know. You can dash by clicking... Oh! Both during and outside of combat. I'm going in! I'm so fast! Oh, fuck. Shit. Hello, they're so strong. Why is my weapon on fire? When foes seem too much to handle, try gaining levels or obtaining better equipment. Okay. The usual stuff. Hi. Yeah, Reynaldo. Did you give me something? You may see peddlers hawking their wares as you make your way to Grance's. They often come across rare items not found at more stationary shops. If you see a peddler, make sure to check what they have to offer. Okay. I see a rock. I need it. It's my rock now. Weapons. Okay, swing shield. Oh! Traditional Kasardi wear, a hallmark of Grance's culture for generations. The chest area has been rent apart? Is that what I'm wearing? Move to equipment? What? Cloaks. Oh my god, what's going on? That means I'm wearing it, right? Okay. So the blue icon means I'm wearing it. Oh my god. So I can wear... Oh! Oh, it's weaker. It's bloody too, I don't like it. It's my rock now. I walk so slow. Throw it away. The Sea Breeze Trail. What the fuck? You scared me. A wealthful use of items can be found by vanquishing monsters or exploring the environment. Keep your eyes peeled. Well, say no more. You can see full description of item you process by checking your inventory with back. Okay. I'm playing Monster Hunter. Can be used at shops or other locations to enhance your equipment. Okay. Oh, shit. Where? Where's the goblin? Where am I? Oh, I see it. Fuck. The amount of health you can recover through magic in the field also decreases, indicated by white bar. Use created item to fully recover health. Okay. Created health, then use them on your own discretion. That's good. Thanks. Just let me take something real quick. I'm rich. There's so many things. To receive the effect of curative magic, step in the area of the healing light. Yeah, I'm aware. Help! 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 So I guess running around like this will give me more items. Is that a chest? Oh, it is. Mine. Sleeper arrow? Eh. Oh, it hates human. I heard it says something along the line of like, curse you humans or something like that. More chests? Mine. Oh my god, I'm so rich. There's just chests everywhere. And items everywhere. I'm gonna be able to combine so many things. Oh yeah, I need to kill rabbits, right? Rabbit! Kill! No, 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 don't run away. Look at me. I'm so fast. Hmm? Did you find something? Oh, wait, no. But it's my loot. Nice. Well, you're blocking me. It's my. Hmm? Sweet pollen. Large nut? Spade? Hey, why are you stealing my things? Well, can I use items of their own volition? Well, they're stealing my loot. Violet! Oh my god! Hi, Violet. I'm looting. I'm getting loot. I can pause this. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Violet. Wow. Welcome, Raiders. What were you doing? Oh shit! I don't know how to type. I'm still waking up. What were you playing? Kid Chameleon? I don't think I've heard of that game. How was it? Also, let me do this real quick. There we go. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. Although I haven't do art in a while, so that's why I say occasionally. Welcome in. I hope you are doing good. Thanks for the raid again. Hopefully the stream was good. Sega Mega Drive platformer. Oh! Also, I'm playing my first technically the second, I think. But because the last time I played this game was so long ago, I just decided to start a new game. So yeah. Playing this game once more because, you know, there's dragons in it. Platformer? I don't think I'm good at platformer, but it always intrigues me that people are so good at platformers. Because I honestly struggle with platformers a little bit. I need to kill rabbits, right? Sorry. Needs to be done. Before that, I was playing an old D&D game for the turbo graphics and it melted my brain. That bad? That sounds kind of scary. Turbo graphics. Old D&D game, huh? I don't think I play any D&D games. The only one that I can think of is the Idol D&D game. Something like that. I'm not sure. A flickery? Flickery? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh, it's BBQ Pidgey, so I was right. BBQ Pidgey? That's a very interesting name. Hi, welcome in. There's no map display, so I have to keep track of where I'm at in the dungeon on a separate web page where I get lost. Also kind of flickery. Oh no. Yeah, oh, that sounds terrible. What's the D&D game? Order of the Griffin. Griffin? Ooh. Griffin, cool. Can I cut trees down? No? Okay. So I'm just trying to get as much loot as I can. Bird! What was what? What'd you get? Can I kill a bird? Unusual beach? Why would you put it that way? Why would you say unusual beach? Is there something wrong here? Am I gonna die immediately? I should save. Mostly just visual out for a bit. Too much concentration. Yeah, it does sound like it requires a lot of concentration. Considering that you need to keep track of where you are and also look at the map that is non-existent in the game. Yeah. It does sound kind of taxing. Brick! Grab. Oh, hey, chest. Mine. So they'll break things on their own as well, huh? Oh. Stick. Whoa. Large nut. I like that. Always like a good old large nut. No, it's mine. This is not where I'm supposed to be, right? West. Okay, this is west. Airtight flask. Nice. Rock, 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 rock.
何かあるようです。
No, you took my rock. Why is there fire there? There's fire. I don't like it. Oh, it's goblin. They respawn. Oh shit. I think there's a lot of them. Nice, 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 nice. Mine. Oh. Ultra combo. Ultra combo? Can I save you? Aid. Oh, okay. Nice, cool. I guess nighttime they are stronger? Maybe I should not stay out during nighttime. Yeah, I should just run. Here, right? Chess. Yeah, you can open it up. Mine, mine. Oh, it's a bomb. Bomb. I don't... Oh. Oh, this is where I'm supposed to go. Okay. I don't like how the NPC will always steal items from me. Like, I'm trying to take items and then they just like, nope, mine. It's like, oh. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused at the game. If you've forgotten where you are in the story, select Chronicle from your pause menu. Okay. Yep. Hi, what do I... Yep. Yep. We yip. We like to yip. We yippin'. We yippin' here. Go. Hi?
Yo, 旅の準備はここで宿の世話と特別なサービスもやってるんだ。遠慮なく利用してくれ。好きなのを選びな。
300 for resting? Learn or set skills.
何をする?
Broadcast skyward slash. while falling back to avoid attacks. Speaking of which, it's bedtime for you. I'll catch y'all later. Okay. Have good sleep, Brian. Thanks for stopping by too. Loses a flurry of skyward slashes well suited to bringing flying foes to ground. Press the assign button. Core skills. Secret augments. And advance for
Imperil TV.
Oh, yeah. A parting gift? I'll take it. Yep. There's a mace as well? Oh my god, what am I looking at? What is that? Yep. Bling strike? A sign button? How do I even use skills? Yep. Discipline points can be spent to learn useful augment and skills. Skills and augments must be enabled in order to make use of them. Yep.
ようこそ。私の声が届いています。遠い場所からお呼びかけしています。我々ポーンの民はあなたを待っておりました。
Pawn?
わけあって、まずこれはリボ。そしてあなたがそうだとおっしゃられるなら、その証示していただけますか。
Sure.
わかりました。これから課題をお伝えします。各社の力があれば達成はたやすいでしょう。
Humble task, huh?
各
Yep.
社たるものかかる脅威に立ち向かい万難を退けなくてはなりません。たゆまぬ向上心こそ我々をつなぐ絆。その証ぜひお示しください。
Push the area. That's it. Yep. That's yep.
リムですね。不思議な力を感じます。何をすればいいのか少し敷地内を調べてみましょう。
Everything is mine. Yep. I'm just looting. Everything is mine. Oh. This is not stealing.
this is taking what is needed. Oh yeah, let me try to... Materials? Combine with other materials to produce all of use. Desiccated herbs. Cloud wine. How do I make cloud wine again? Use rook sand to create sweet pollen. Create something unknown. Airtight flask? Sure. Kept sunbright. What for? Oh, hi Rocket. It's been a while. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Potent green wish. Preserve for lengthy storage. To create sweet pollen plus moon glow. But so get sunbright to what? Used in the crafting of weapons and armor, so I'm pretty sure it's not here. Sunbright. With moon glow, I can create one sweet pollen. Sweet pollen with green wish can make it to potent green wish. Maybe I can here? This one? No. Where? Oh, green warish. Combine with cloud wine? How do I make cloud wine again? Something with nut, right? Yeah, there it is, cloud wine. Small nut. How about large nut? Yeah, how about large nut? Balmy incense. Is that even good? I mean, at least I have cloud wine. Matured green warish has only enhanced its healing powers. Oh, so I just use it immediately? Can it combine into something else? A grass that moans wistfully? A grass that moans, huh? Okay. Alright, okay. Plus, potent green wish with sweet pollen. Oh, cloud wine to desiccated herbs. And wormwood sap. Potent green warish plus something else. Oh my god. I don't think I can remember all of these. Oh shit. Pumpkin? Anything with airtight flask, huh? Plus water to make eyedropper. This one? Nightcry? Into desiccated herbs. Desiccated herbs heals, right? If I remember correctly. So that I don't need to buy potions from shops. I can save money. Because we recover stamina. I guess I can make as much desiccated herbs as possible. Let's make some nothing. This one. Cloud wine. Potent green warish plus something into something else. I don't remember. But since I have a lot of green warish, why not use them? I assume green warish is the healing herb, right? Combined with cloud wine. Oh, wow, wait, I need a lot of cloud wine. Materials. To create pretty stone? Hunk of ore plus rock? Into pretty stone? Sure. Sunbright, pretty stone plus something else. It's probably gonna be something with pickaxe. Create something unknown. Cedar brunch plus flask of oil. Looks like arrow. Oil arrow, okay. So that's right. Yeah, I don't think there's much I can do now. But I do have a lot of heals, so that's good. Oh! Hi?
何か用か。
Can't destroy the foundation. Sounds like it destroyed this. The chest?
日記の一部誰が書かれたのでしょうか
Oh. Yeah, don't worry about it.
要件なら隊長のね
お前は消防隊へのまあ見たところそれなりの体育をしているようだな
I'm literally so small, what do you mean? Okay, they say search the area, but they didn't specify where. I need to... I feel like I'm missing a lot of chat, but I don't know if I did. I'm so blurred today, I'm so sorry. If I miss any of the chat, shout at me. just tell me about it, it's fine.
リムですね不思議な力を感じます残念ながらまだ力のどのような障壁も
Stench on your face? What do you mean? Search what area? Large nut, nice. Dragon spit, nice. I got the dragon spit. I like a good old dragon spit. Such the air. Oh, oh. What? Oh. Here. Here. Are we going here? Oh. Oh shit, am I supposed to fight this thing? God damn, they just fly away. What the fuck? Hello, Cyclops? Drive off the threat. Okay. Bye. Oh, wow, fuck. That is so painful. Ow, I'm dead. I'm dead. Help. I'm blocking. I'm blocking. I'm blocking. I'm in your belly. Ow, fuck. Okay. So then that's what I need to do, okay. Give me your head, give me your head. Actually, that's your hand, but that's fine. Oh, fuck. Ooh, nice. Oh, we found the bad guy? Okay.
なんとか仕留めましたね。宿営地へ戻ってみましょう。傷を癒しましょう。
Did you drop anything that I can take?
厳しいご時世だ。厳しいご時世。
Nothing I can take, huh?
厳しい。
Kibishi? Okay, I guess they didn't drop anything for me to take, huh?
目的は達成しました。報告に戻りましょう。ここから出ると両都方面へ向かうことができます。
Hi, who are you?
ごきげんよう。どうかまずリムをお尋ねください。
What? You're kind of impasse in one case, wanna try progressing through another. You may find a solution in your initial problem. Why even saying I'm good? Hi?
ごきげんよう。今はまだ契約叶いません。
We can only join the covenant? What? Okay, so Rook says to go back into the encampment, right? Hi. Oh, I know you.
久しぶり。あれからあんたすっかり有名人になった各社か。かの英雄エドマン様の再来ってわけだ。いいよあんた、なかなかいい。さあ、商売の話をしようぜ。まずは俺の品揃え見てってくれ。
Ooh. Trusty sword? That's so strong. That's a really good shield too. I want this. I want this. That is so expensive. Okay, I guess I'm stronger now. Can I sell things? A rarity, a combinable material. Nothing special to note. Sell it for money. I can sell this and this. Is this good? Oh, okay. $10 sure. 220? 670 plus rabbit pelt? Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, I feel stronger already. Thank you. With money and the right materials, all weapons and armor but jewelry may be enhanced. Been doing that. If you haven't sufficient materials on hand, the remainder will be automatically taken from your item storage. Oh, hi Ixon. Sexy boat. Wow. I'll take it. Here. I saw you were streaming yesterday. I wanted to like interact, but I can only lurk because I was so busy. It's like I was a tad bit upset because for the past 2 days I've been super busy. But hi, I hope you're doing good. I forgot you have palms. Yeah. The kobo have claws. And claw and palms.
何をすればいいのか少し敷地内を調べてみましょう。
Yeah, extend the good bean. The bean. It's fine, doing well. Nice, good to know. Resting my voice tonight. Oh, is it like a sore throat going on? I hope you speedy recovery. Do I talk to you again? Hey, I killed something.
何かよ。
No? Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to talk to the stone, right? There's no like clear indication of what I need to do, so... Ekbao, located in the command headquarters of the encampment, provide many different support functions to adventurers. Rest and heal your wounds, enable useful weapon skills or store access items. Okay.
遠慮なく利用して好きなのを選びな。さあ、何をする?
Ooh, more skills. Traces a grand skyward arc with the blade, sending lightweight foes into the air. So I can do an air combo? Fully skyward slashes well suited to bringing flying foes to the ground. I think I need this. I need 2 of these. And also this. There. Yes. So, road cut and skyward slash. My voice getting accustomed to being used 9 hours a day every day. Oh god. Then yeah, getting rest sounds good. Yeah, gonna keep. Gonna get that. A vocal cord, some rest. There it is. Words. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like mega blurred today. Okay. Select a companion for the journey ahead. Kokoro tsuyoi. Alright. Yes, words. Words are tough. Pawn customization. Constant companion throughout your journey as Arisen. Your main pawn. My main pawn, huh? Well, I need a dragon, right? So... yeah, I need my dragon, so... So I need another dragon. There's no kobo, so I'm very upset. Okay, build. Now you're gonna be like actually mega thick. I mean, I was this one, but made small. Dragon. Yeah, dragon. Okay, you know what? I can make this and then voice become... Okay, make more detailed edits. I have a feel, okay, what hair do I want to give? Which hair is like, I'm strong? Because hairstyle stays a lot, I think. This one, yeah, this one kind of like, I kind of like this one though. Ooh, look at that, oh my god. Okay, what else do we have? Ponytail, yeah, ponytail is like the strong woman kind of hairstyle, right? Yeah. Oh, it says I can... There it is. I can just change color here. Yeah, make it as saturated as possible. Cringe. Cringe. Nah, it's not cringe. Face shape. We need to have a different face shape. Just make sure you don't burn yourself out. Oh yeah, yeah, that's very important. Don't burn yourself out. Because 9 hours is quite a lot. I'm not expecting burnout because I still got 13 games I have been waiting for and haven't even touched. I mean, in a way that's good, right? No burnout is always good, but just remember to take care of yourself whenever needed, alright? Shard. Why are you staring at me? Oh no. Oh no. Is that a unibrow? I need a fierce dragon mama. I need a fierce dragon mama to protect the kobold. Hey yo, is that the rock? Yeah, I'm Oh. Gems?
Oh, did I mention that you're cute?
Wow. It's okay, Ixon, you're cute too. Thank you. I got you guys to take care of me. Not for it, I will. Nice. Good to know. Yeah, it's actually very important to take care of yourself. I only found that out recently. Like, oh shit. Alright, height. Tall. Weight. Slightly on the chubbier side. Skin color, actually, I don't... You know what? For the first time in ever, I'm gonna have a normal skin color. Build, muscular. Nah, I don't want it. I don't want to be too bulky. Just around here, I think. Bust size, of course, man. Oh no. No shoulder? Shoulderless? Oh yeah. Either this or this. Hey yeah, hi SC. Hello. I also have plenty of things I want to try, but it is good to keep that enthusiasm going by not going too fast too quickly. That, yeah. There's a game that has been going on in my mind that I want to try out soon. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you guys don't know that I finished West of Loading, right? West of Loading is like my first ever series that I finished on my channel, which is like very long time ago. And apparently it has a sequel called Shadow Over Loathing, I think. And it's a funny as heck game. Is it Angels with Scaly Wings? I finished that one. It's on YouTube. Yeah. I even played off stream the free fall thing. Yeah, I played free fall mod pack. No, not mod pack, just the mod, right? It's so good. It's so good. Alright. My dragon needs mega arms and mega legs. And the stand's gonna be imposing as fuck. Actually, just like this. Stance macho? Ladylike? Macho. I know why ladylike. See, ladylike is like the hand is shoving inside the butt. I don't understand. That is good enough. Makeup? Whoa. I kind of like this one. Yeah. Make it purple. Purple. I like purple. You know what? That's good enough, right? Look at that. That's my protector dragon. I mean, if only I can make like an actual dragon character, but not in this game, sadly. It's okay though. Alright, so this is the character. This is my dragon. Yeah, main pawn. Let's go. You'll be asked a few questions. Your answer will shape your pawn's. What? Okay. When faced with danger, which trait would you most value in a follower? An iron will, quick thinking, careful preparation, the charisma to lead others. Ooh. Value in a follower, so not me. What do I think is the best thing in that situation? Question mark? I like Iron Will because I'm a very straightforward person. I face things head on usually when I can. I like Iron Will, yeah. When in battle, which strategy would you prefer your follower employ? Rescue comrades in danger, strike at strongest foes, call for reinforcements, kill all enemies. I like that. Kill enemies. If only. Playable dragons and lizards are way too rare. Yes, we need more. We need more playable lizard and dragons. Your follower rescues your party and turns the tide of the entire battle. What would you have them say? This way, master. Leave them to me quickly after them. Now, master, strike the final blow. You know what? Leave them to me. I'm not your master. Marcus Hero. As a ruler, which gift would please you most? A magic potion that preserves youth, a brave and just hero to succeed you, the perfect spouse, a majestic white steed. Ew. Perfect spouse? A dragon is my perfect spouse? Yeah. Magic potion that preserves youth. I don't know. Not my ideal thing. A brave and just hero. I'm a kobold. Perfect spouse. Select vocation. Fighter, strider, or mage. Ooh. I mean, obviously I'm already a fighter, so it's either strider or mage. Right? I want her to be a mage. How about that? I know I'm not the mage type, but I don't think I want two fighter in the party. I mean, it sounds fun, but I'm pretty sure I need mage to heal. And yeah, my dragon can heal kobo. Yeah, mage. Mage. I got the pawn. Oh, cool.
契約はなりました、各社様。これより我らポーンの民すべてあなたに従いましょう。
Whoa. I'm just a kobo, no. I'll take it. Smash.
敵に関する知識を得ます。
Having been recognized as Arisen, you have been granted a loyal pawn to be a constant companion in your journey. In addition to this main pawn, you may hire up to 2 other pawns to support you in your adventures. Different pawns have different strengths, so use support pawns to tailor your party to fit your current needs. Hmm? When they say hire, do I need to give them money? In addition to minding level and available skills, a pawn's knowledge is another important part of creating an effective party. Pawns with appropriate knowledge of the quests or foes can provide helpful advice and battle strategies. Okay. Look at that. This is the true size difference. A dragon and a kobold. Definitely planned, I'm telling you, this is definitely planned. Hi?
それがお前のポーンか。
I
そい
guess?
つらとの共闘は互いの呼吸を合わせることが重要だ。私なら実戦前に訓練でコツをつかむことを勧めるかな。当然その気はあるだろう。ではついてこい。
Should I wish it?
「我が長母隊は意欲ある若者の挑戦を拒みはしない。さあ始めるかね。初め
Sure.
に言っておく。私は相手が誰であろうと厳しくやるからな。これより3つの訓練を課す。訓練ごとに求められる能力は異なる。腕前だけでなく戦略も必要となるぞ。行き詰まったらパーティー構成を見直すといい。幸いここ宿営地にはポーンたちも集まっている。彼らと協力して訓練をこなすのだ。はじめの訓練は荷物運びだ。制限時間内に全ての荷物を運んでもらう。
What?
パーティー構成は自由だが、少なくとも一人でどうにかなる量ではない。できるだけ大人数で一気に片付けるのが賢いやり方だ。訓練を始めるぞ。準備はいいか。訓練内容は制限時間内の荷物運びだ。
So I'm just doing your labor, it sounds like. It sounds like I'm just doing your labor. What the hell? Oh, okay. Okay, you're getting that one. I'm trying. Did you do it?
そこまで。
The fuck?
見事だ。
Oh,
なかな
okay.
かの腕だな。次もその調子でいけ。次の訓練はカカシの破壊だ。制限時間内に全てのカカシを壊してもらう。これも当然人数が多いほど有利だが、もっと重要なのはパーティー構成だ。同じ職種のパーティーで力押しするだけでは効率よく破壊できない。よく考えることだな。訓練を始めるぞ。訓練内容はカカシの破壊だ。
So I need another. Oh, nice. Is there more?
そこまで。見事だ。
Oh, okay.
なかなか最後の訓練だ。引き続き、かかしは2種ある。一つは剣など武器による物理攻撃。破壊の手順を工夫しなければ達成は最適のパーティー構成と最適訓練を始めるぞ。
So I'm the only one that has physical attack, I think. Okay, not this one. This one. How do I know? Oh. Okay, red one. Nice, I'll take it.
いいだろう。訓練項目はすべて達成された。パーティー構成の大切さが理解できたか？あとは実践で経験を積んでいくだけだ。困ったら。
If your strategies seem toothless against your foes, try changing your party makeup. Enable skills and equipment. Okay.
このクエストに詳しくなりました。
Mine. My loot. My loot. Everything is mine. So, what do I do now? It feels like this game doesn't have like a clear indication of what I'm supposed to do next. Do I talk to you?
近頃は巧妙心ばかりで。
Do I leave?
ここは訓練所ですね。
お。
戦術などを学べるようです。このエリアの探索に強くなりました。
Hi. Wait, I know you.
戦闘でうまくいく。
メルセデスだ。消防隊を指揮している。聞いたが、各社とやらだそうだな。我々とてポーンを戦に駆り出すぐらいのことはするのだが、お前のようにポーンを異界から呼び出したり、連れ従えて旅をすることはできない。
All I see is a skill issue.
一体どのような技を使うんだ。だがまあいい。今はポーンでも各社でも漁夫でも農夫でも戦力となるなら歓迎だ。
Yeah, like I mentioned, this game is fun, but it's the audio balancing that puts me off a little bit. I don't like bad audio balancing. The audio balancing is kind of bad in this
い
one.
つでも宿舎を使ってくれて構わん。今すぐ休むか。
Sure.
よろしい。休息も訓練のうちだからな。
That's my first sleep. Oh god. Why am I sleeping on the floor? What? Oh! Shineku? Oh my god, this Shineku? Oh, that's a cool snake. Oh my god, there's more! Oh my god, that's so... Wow. So, yes. Am I fighting it? Hey, how you doing? How you doing? You're mine! This is how kobo fights. Ow, fuck. Help. Oh god, I cannot hit them. That looks bad. Well, I guess I'm doing it. Am I hitting the right place? Probably not. Let me climb a little bit. Which part of it is soft? I know this. I'm tired. It's a common... And it's a... Oh, head. I'm trying. The camera work. The camera sometimes, please. Work with me. I'm almost there. I'm holding in. I'm holding. Fuck. Come back. Oh, did I do it? Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. Snake norming someone? I know this too. Wow. Love me some super sexy skills, right?
見事なものだ。
あんたらこれやったのか。すげえな。しかしなんだってハイドラなんて化け物がこんなところに。
各社というもの、未だよく知り得ぬ。が、この首を手土産に領土に赴けば、両王国への拝謁も可能。
Damn, a kobo doing this?
なるほど。それが各社の動きか。体さばきや間合いの取り方、なかなかに興味深い。
I'm just trying to climb.
ともかく、この騒動、両王に報告に上がらねばならぬ。兵の集まりは今少し足りぬが、ハイドラの首とともに各社を連れ行けば十分に補って足りよう。
I guess?
お前には峠越えの護衛を頼むことになる。休息の後、先行する我々に追いついて関所まで。
Hi. Hi. Hello. Oh my god, it's a corgi. Hi.
なんだ、まだ何かあるのか。
I didn't mean to press escape. I'm just trying to press this one. Hello, Raiders. Oh my god. Welcome in. How you're doing? What were you playing? What were you playing? Oh, Divinity? It's a game that I never finished. How was Divinity? Are you playing Lizard? I mean, Lizard folk in the game is very nice looking. Rousey Bub. Hi. Welcome in. It's been a lot of fun. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Divinity is a lot of fun. I just didn't finish it for whatever reason. Actually playing the Red Prince. Nice. The best prince. Skull Kobold. Is that another file of Kobold I see? Hi. And one of my friends is playing a lizard. Good. Very good. The lizard in the game is so good looking. So yeah, I'm glad. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm lagging a bunch. Don't worry about it. My PC is kind of dying, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. I hope we're doing good. Thanks again for the raid. Now, if you want any post care and post stream care, anything, want to get some food, get some rest, definitely, take care of yourself. Thanks again.
あまり時間をかけてはおれず。
クエストですべきことを学びました。
I'm gonna say this is like my kind of a first time playing this game. Kind of a first time playing this game. Kind of. Because last time I played this game is so long ago, and I only played for a little bit. I mean, this game has been pretty fun so far. I'm just playing a little kobold. And where's my pawn? There it is. Have you guys seen the size difference? A kobold and a dragon. Look at that. Anyway, I think there's not much else. Yeah, I can just go. Where's Mercedes-Benz? Sorry. Mercedes-Benz. Hi.
お前には休息それなりに長い道の。
Taking the Hydra head off to offer his tribute to the Duke, head for the Mountain Way Castle, and help her escort it. Oh? Okay. Oh, hey, look, it's a bulletin board. Quest? Good quest? Slay 2 seabirds. I don't know how. 7 phantasms. This ghost? Undead warriors? Okay. Spooders? Okay. Cyclops? 10 wolves? Sure.
ごきげんよう。ここは訓練所ですね。戦術などを学べるようです。閉ざされています。許しがなければ通れないようです。
Wait. Why are you getting all the stuff? Rock. I found rock. I found rock. Fleeing from an overpowering foe. I cannot move. I'm stuck.
見張り台から見てたらすごいのが暴れてたんで様子を探りに来たんだ。どうにか片付いたようでよかったが。ところでヒナとは一緒じゃなかったのか。お前さんの傷のことを調べるって村を出たからてっきり一緒かと思ったんだ。こんな物騒な時にどこへ行ったんだ。心当たりはねえか。
New area's been unlocked. Kasadi Pier at night if you would see for yourself. We are uncertain where to go next. Make for the blue quest marker display on your minimap. Blue? I see purple. Is that blue? This game sometimes, I swear to God. Nut. Rook, what are you doing? Mine. 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 I did mute my phone. Actually, I have my phone very far away. It's just that it's very loud. Money? Oh my god, I'm rich. Alright, I'm heading for the marker. Nut. More nut.
取れるかもしれません。
各様、小型の魔物がいます。
Yeah, get him, my friend, get him.
我々の勝利です。
That was easy. Alright, any loot? Any loot?
の陰から襲ってくる魔物もいます。
The shadow crow with fins because... What? Ooh. Rift fragment?
武器に炎をまとわせます。
Still hear something.
力は
Oh.
かです。
我々の勝利です。
ゴブリンです。
What? Where?
木の周辺にはいろんな植物が群生していますね。
Oh, you're right, there is goblin. Okay, I feel pretty strong. I feel pretty strong.
ひな様の部屋に行きますが、手がかりがあるかもしれません。ここは各社様の出生地ですね。
It feels like this game has a slow start, no? Oh. Mystery Island known as Bitter Black Isle has appeared off the coast of Casadis. Visit appear at what?
いや参った参った。いやこれは面目ない。あまりにドラゴンが恐ろしくてこの井戸に隠れていたんだ。
Oh.
この際だから伝えておこう。井戸の奥には気をつけた方がいいぞ。私は臆病が幸いしてあまり奥には進まなかったからなんともなかったが、何やら深部からうなり声や水音が聞こえてくるんだ。これは何かいる。私の勘がそう告げているんだ。まあ私は二度と何わざわざ調べに行くのだ。なんという豪傑。そうか、それならこいつを持っていくがいい。まだ少しなら使えるはずだ。お前の勇気は忘れない。死ぬなよ。
Did you just give me a lantern? Okay.
思わずあんな場所に逃げ込んだが、さすがの私も観察力が錆びついていたようだ。私が潜んでいた時はうなり声しか。
はい。
おお、ちょうどいいところに来たな。ちょっと聞いてくれ。実はな、キナの姿が先日から見えんのだ。
Yeah, I noticed. She's kind of gone. For whatever reason, suddenly just gone.
お前の傷について調べているうちに、まじないしの森の話題も出たが、まさかあの子を危険な目には合わせたくない。なるべく早く連れ戻してきておくれ。
Witchwood?
このエリアの探索に強くなりました。
フィールドの知識を得ました。ここは魚屋ですね。店主は薬草にも詳しいとのことです。
Why do I have red?
まじないしの森、カサディスからは遠いです。案内であれば私にお任せください。
この干された魚は保存用でしょうか。
あらどうも。
はい？
アイドラですか？
What?
あんまり品数はないけどどうぞ。
Two employed to mine all from select locations. 250 for one? Oh, you just sell dragon spit, huh? Nah, dragon spit is mine. Maybe I'll buy 2? 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Okay, I have a trusty sword. This one covers my hair. Oh, this one has more magic defense. Ooh. $3,000? $108 magic defense? How is this thing so expensive? Funny bone guards. Funny bone? $129. This one feels a lot better? Question mark? Yeah. How is this one? Yeah, this one is better. Yeah. Okay, I have no head armor. I now have this. Okay, so I just need to buy one head armor. But I kind of want to just go for this. Yeah. the perfect cap. You can raise the affinity with people by giving them items or completing the quest they ask of you. Performing actions that people dislike will decrease the affinity for you. Okay, what would you tell me then? Okay, so this one combined with not pickaxe. Oh crap. It's getting heavy. I should sell something. Might be thrown to make noise. I don't need that. Festive pie. I can just sell this one. Foreign knife? A deadly throwing knife introduced by the bandits of a foreign land. I don't use throwing knives. Sell it for money. A piece will use to start fires, light it, and it should serve as a torch. Desert powder that allows its target to sleep. A block of masonry fit for throwing at man or monster. I can throw bricks. Blind arrow, throw blast, oil arrow. I'm keeping the arrow because I might need to fight another strider. So that I can, you know, give them all the arrows. Does it contain valuable minerals? Require a fair amount of health to the entire party? Ooh. Unique medicinal concoction what restores one magic to normal. Holy prevents one stamina from draining for a period of time. Tree sap when resistant to heat. Extinguish one who has caught fire. Okay. Oh, pumpkin is so heavy. Now we sell that. Yeah, I'm also trying to find what is so heavy. Yeah, these things are not so heavy. It's good enough. Oh yeah, do I need to like change my... Oh shit, they need armors and weapons as well. Okay. Okay. Scholar weapon, ironclad staff. For you. 86, 178. Yeah, we can buy this, and armor-wise... How is this one? It's okay. Traveler shirt. This one... Ooh, that looks cool. Yeah. 5,000. I'm broke. Skull spangle. Yeah. Yeah, I'm broke. Okay, you can change to this one. And then you can wear this one. I want to see if I can buy the cloaks as well. This one. Cloak, cloak, cloak. Oh shit, too expensive. Oh, it's too expensive. It's okay. Alright, that's good enough. I feel like we're pretty strong now. I'm also out of money. I have no money management. Oh yeah, I was supposed to investigate the well. Okay, let's go investigate the well. It's here. Alright, I'm jumping down, I guess. I'll descend, okay. In the darkness, your ears will tell you much that your eyes cannot. How do I use lantern? Lantern tools? Tools. Small exhaust that burns liquid fuel which must be replenished. Can be worn on the waist, has enough oil to burn for a while. So use? Oh, nice. Okay, good. I should probably give one... Give... There. Look. I'm nice. I share things sometimes. Oh, red! Oh my god, red. It's okay, Breen's not here. Breen is not here, it's fine. So you're telling me not to use that one then? Wasn't it here? It's kind of interesting to see all these little creatures can actually hurt me, because in most games they don't even bother to make, like, you know, small monsters like bats or rats to be dangerous. It's just more like, oh, we're here, scare you a little bit, and that's pretty much it. And then this game you have bats that actually hurt you, and rats that actually hurt you as well. It's like, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty interesting. Hmm? Oh shit, am I too heavy? Yeah, I'm at average weight now. It's pretty heavy. I think anything that's kind of heavy, I'll just give it to Ling Long first. Yeah, like this one is also pretty heavy. Should be fine. Yeah, I realized when I'm at average weight, I walk so slowly, it's insane. I hear sound. Is that a crocodile? Why is the camera like this? I guess we're going down to fight the crocodile. Alright. Here we go. Shit. Oh. Whoa! Whoa, you look so hot! Ow, fuck! Oh god. I guess I'm not supposed to be here first. Okay, take it slow, take it slow. Oh, they have weak spots. Okay, let me just loot real quick. Thorian scale. Thorian tail. They look really cool. That's a nice enemy. How do I get full health all of a sudden? Ooh. I didn't know I'm playing Monster Hunter. Like the old version of Monster Hunter where you get to like you get to mine things like that. Oh. Wait a minute. Add oil. Okay. What do you mean? No, 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 I'm trying to put it in. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, use it, use it. Thank you. No! Oh god, wait a minute. I just got comboed. Got the tail. Oh, shit. I need that. Nice, nice. I have the tail. Thank you. No, what are you doing? I'll do it again. Thanks for the tail. Where did my lantern go? Do I need to add oil again? Add a fuel to lantern. Yeah, okay. No, my lantern's just not working at all. What? So I need to put it away and put it on again? Excuse me, what does that even mean? Why? Okay, I'm getting a lot of meat. I got money, nice.
きます。何かあるようです。
Mine. Healer's robe? Ooh. Is it stronger than... Oh, it's weaker? How about Rook? Yeah, there it is. Will be worn as a gift. Gift equipment cannot be regained. What? Why? No, give it back. Give it back. Give it back. It's mine. Is that mine? It is. You know, back then if I played this game before, played this game like way back, I would be so impressed by this game, honestly. Because I was still playing like the PS2 version of Monster Hunter. It's something like this too, but this one is more like story driven. And you don't need to like load, you don't need to load from area to area, it's just constant. So back then I'm pretty much, I'll be very impressed by this game. But now I'm still impressed, right? I still am, just not as much. Although I am loving the combat though. Just the fact that I'm able to cling to a monster feels very fun. And surprisingly kobo-like. Oh. Golden egg? Mine. Mine. So the game is telling me I'm not supposed to buy equipment because now I'm getting a bunch of them. Ooh, that's a lot less magic defense. Oh, you can wear it. Shit. Might be able to break the bolt. So they just like... Okay. No, I cannot wait for the game to be like all fighting. Because now the game is pretty slow, not gonna lie. Like, I get it, the game starts off pretty slow. I can respect that. Big money though? Mine. Hi, Cloudy. Hi. How you doing? What did I hit? Clean clove. Hey, that's a lot of money. Found some rocks too. Rocks are great. I like rocks. No, I never healed before. Let me use one desiccated herbs. Maybe Rook needs it. Oh, I'm gonna help him use it? You can use it on your own then. Bucket. Where am I? Why are you breaking that? Mamma Mia trail. Hi. Find your bearings by consulting the map at the lower left corner of your screen. My bearings? Place waypoint markers on your map to keep track of your progress. I mean, I did investigate the well, right? Toggle weather on your minimap. What? My god, everything just goes so fast. Minimap display, minimal rotation. Nah. Options are possible to customize minimap and status display. Encampment? What are you looking at? Oh, that one. Wait, that well leads here? Isn't this where we fight the Hydra? But I was supposed to go back to Casadis, right? Yeah, this is the place. Let's run back. Let's run back to Casadis first. Why are there suddenly so many people around here? I assume the height affects my running speed, huh? That would make sense. I'm so slow. Hi.
おお、井戸の魔物を退治したのか。思い返せば、私が井戸に潜んでいたおかげで村の危機を知らせるきっかけとなったわけだ。いやいや、これで私も肩の荷が下りたよ。自分が開けた井戸のせいで魔物騒ぎが起こったなんて言われちゃ申し訳ないしな。お前には世話になったな。 こいつは少しばかりの感謝の気持ちだ。もらって、これからは一兵士として領民の安全を守るため強くなることを誓うよ。いやー、本当だと思う。
That's good. Hey. They say something about the pier during the nighttime in Casadis that goes to like an island. That's the pier, right? But it's not nighttime yet. Well, it's almost nighttime. My pawn runs so fast. Because she has long legs and I don't. I have short legs. Anything here? Nice. No, you took my thing. Is that fish? Can I get fish? Can I just like... I sure can. Alright, fishing bob, okay. Like, who needs fishing rod where you can just do that? Just take the fish with your bare hand. Just take it. It's fine. Okay, I think it's almost nighttime, right? Or I think it's already nighttime. Let me try to go to the pier and see what can I find. You weren't here before, I think. Oh shit. Oh, hi.
ドラゴン騒ぎの怪我人のあんた悪いけど村の外に出てそこに置いてある花とそれなりの量
Deliver flowers?
怪我人を助けるにいいかい花は2種類必要あんたに花集めを頼むのはやっぱおお持ってきてくれたのかいこいつともう一種の花をクエストの知識は得ました怪我人を助けるにはいいかいあんたに
Get a moon glow? Crap. How do I get to the pier? Oh. Hi. Am I not supposed to see you? I'm scared. Wait a minute. Okay, wait just a goddamn minute. Let me save first. I don't know where this leads. I'm scared. Alright.
各社であるありがとう。今ここにあるのは私の社営。実体ではありません。あなたに来ていただきたい場所があるのです。
Oh no. Oh no. Where am I going? I don't like that.
あなたはあなたの意志でその使命を受け入れたのですか?
Hey, that's the name of the game.
各社。そう。あなたは各社でしたね。
I'm Arisen, but why is the name called Dark
先
Arisen?
ほどの浜から遠い沖にある島、国樹島。私はあなたに探索をお願いしたいのです。
Am I gonna die here? Bitter Black Isle. Oh no, your health is not looking that good, Rook.
本来なら私はあなたに何もかもを説明すべきなのですが、私はどうやら自身の置かれた状況、なすべき目的、自身の過去すら判然としないようなのです。今わかるのは、私もまた何者かによってここに呼び寄せられ、ここを動けずにいること。遠くにあなたの思念を感じ、助けを求めたこと。あなたを呼べば、その何者かの願いを叶える力になると直感したこと。私にはここであなたに助力する役目が与えられている。
Am I gonna die here?
そんな自覚があるのです。
Okay. Success 20k gold and 12k experience. Find the Arisen wandering the labyrinth. Region Bitter Black Isle. Am I not supposed to be here? Purify a cursed item. Sure. Further upgrade a weapon that has been strengthened with warm fire? I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
物悲しい雰囲気の人ですね。何か書かれているのでしょうか。確認しましょう。何かあるようです。
Whoa, what is this place? Hi? Link some sort of mechanism you won't open. Man, I thought I'm big brain. I don't like that. I don't. Right? Oh, a space between realms to which all manners of poem may be found. General information, vocation, gender, primary skills, secondary skills. What? Should one catch your eye, speak with the poem. Primary skills, vocation, gender. I need another. Why is all fighter and mage? Where's... Is it in the way? No, I need another one. I need a dagger user. Hello, any dagger user around here? Or like bow and arrow, please? Oh, hey.
何かご用ですか?
Zero RC? Sure. Oh.
よろしくお願いします.
Okay, that should be good. Consult the history in the pawns menu to view a record of all the pawns you've employed. Sure, time to go, I guess. Allows you to seek and summon pawn to return to your realm. Okay. Exit the rift.
リムの近くは安心しますね。
Hmm? It truly saddens me that there's an absence of your pawn. Did you make like a lot of your pawn in this game? Can I actually like search for your pawn? Question mark? I mean, if I can search for it, there's like a search function here, right? You can only have one pawn. Oh. I can search for it. Uh-oh. I can find the pawns of your friend who have played this game. Why? Oh, because I'm in offline. It should appear right off the bat because we're friends. On my Steam. I think it's because I'm offline, that's why. Wait. I have an idea. Wasn't there like an option where I can become online? Gameplay. Main pawn online access. Friends only. No. Oh, save changes. Probably it says it goes offline by default, and I think that's normal. Or I thought that's normal. So now can I like just... There's no call outside of hearing your friend's pawn, sadly. Oh. Is there no like PvP? I can give stuff to your pawn though. What? That's kinda pog. Accessing server. You know, I kinda like it. You Legizna Von Ori Nocarella Zeno and then Vivian James. That's a lot of pawns. Is that a lot? I don't know. How is this one like level 73? Holy shit. If I bring this, I'm breaking the game. Fighter, Strider, Sorcerer. Sorcerer? Sorcerer? Wait, that's mage. It's per usual, okay. Nocarella? Nocarella. Look. Nocarella. It's a strider. There's a lot of replayability to Dragon's Dogma. Really? I thought it's like a one-off thing. Is your pawn here, Jane? Oh. Oh! Wait, that's Tarek's pawn? Yeah, Nocarella is yours. You can go and you can plus for how many times you like. Oh, okay. Oh, look at Breen's pawn. So big. Space? Oh, that's space. Space? Space is the strongest pawn? Level 73. Even Tarek's just level 40. I thought Tarek's played this game so much. Bree knows what's up. Why? Is it because of the name? Legis Navon? His pawn is big and bulky. Hey, my pawn is also big and bulky. But your pawn is not here though, Jay. My pawn is not a twink. This is not my... This is not mine. My pawn is not here somehow. Come here, my pawn. Come here. Come to the light. Look at that. The size difference. Look at that. It's a dragon and a kobold. Look, I'm trying to make like a dragon and kobold relationship here. And it kind of works. Look at the size difference of this thing. That's a beefy woman. I take my words back. Thank you. It is a beefy woman. But my level is so low though, and then all the pawn over there is like level 10 or 10 plus. I think that's pretty strong, right? I'm not gonna... Yeah, I'm not gonna take any pawn from there. It's okay. I'm coming in. Feel like I'm gonna die here, but it's probably fine. Maybe there's no monster here. Crumbling letters have been etched upon it, but they are indecipherable. 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 What I like most about Dragon's Dogma is that your height and overall build have a correlation to the amount of stuff you can carry. Oh! My phone can carry 110 kg and feel normal. Look, I'm carrying 40 kg. I'm so heavy right now. A true kobold. He starts to be heavy at 180 plus. I'm heavy at 40. That's so sad. I cannot hoard stuff because I'm too small. Can I sort? Okay, I can. By weight, thank you. I just think dragons are neat. Yes, dragons are very neat. Also by weight. Oh, okay. Oh, pickaxe is that heavy, huh? Troll blast. Lots of oil. I think I can just give it to like... You can throw all the stuff you don't need to your body. You maybe carry it for it. Yeah, see, I'm doing it already. Yeah, these things are not too heavy. What? Oh my god, I'm still at average. An egg in better day is quite dangerous if consumed. I can use it. Now I give it to my dragon. What is making me so happy? Oh, crafting weapons and armor as well as curative and poisonous items. Oh yeah, and weight correlates to your stamina. The heavier you are, the more you spend and slower it recharges. Oh no! Oh no! Why am I playing in hard mode? Poison sack. A light is fine, right? To create mature green warish or create desiccated herbs. Okay, question. Which one is better? Mature green warish or desiccated herbs? Which one is like better in your opinion? Because I don't see any difference. I mean, I see the difference. One is a bottle, one is like just a herb, but matured. I don't know which one is like better. They create different potions, but I cannot combine matured green radish though. Can I? Wait, that's potent. Yeah, I cannot combine them. To create mushroom. Lemica? Lemica? Nightcry. Do not spend shrooms, okay. Oh look, I can create more desiccated herbs. That is your get out of jail free card for stamina. Okay, okay. No, okay. Sorry, didn't mean to bong the mic. No using mushrooms. You load out on mushrooms and you the fuck out? Okay. So Cloud wanted to create matured green radish. You know what? Yeah, why not? Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. The amount of mushrooms I have in my storage are good times. 100 maybe? Drying one drench in water combined with rock to create absorbent rag? How? Sure. Tinted patch of cloth well suited to soaking up oil. Oh shit. What? Just... yeah, you can take it. Warm wood sap. Mixing up curatives with other items. You know, I should make some more, thing. The thing, you know, the thing. Combine with other materials to produce all of fuse. So, combine it with wormwood sap, create desiccated herbs. Yeah, sure. Ka-ching! There. Combine sweet pollen into potent green radish. Sure. Materials produce all of fuse combined. To create something unknown. I have to use my pretty stone? Why? Why my pretty stone? I love my pretty stone. Fine. Lodestone. Magnetic properties. Combine with other materials to produce all of fuse. Can I? Nope. This one? With rock? Okay. At least I got one pretty stone back. Oh, in dark wetness, commit other missions for use. Oh shit, I'm supposed to use that one. Crafting bows and arrows. Oh. I can create dragon spit? With rock? Yo, dragon spit is mine. I have 3 dragon spits. Oh, dragon spit. I have my dragon spit. Fishing bow indicates when you have a bite. What? Tylra, no, huh? What? Is dragon spit bad? 100, that's rookie numbers. Oh no. Oh no. But dragon spit though. I don't even know what dragon spit does, honestly. Dragon spit looks like a firebomb. Or sounds like a firebomb. Nick? A combustible designed to envelop the area around the point of impact in flames. It sounds like a firebomb to me. Makes sense why you never use it. You're a ranger. Oh. Oh. 何かあるようです。Mine. I have it. Enter? The labyrinth holds creature that what? Girdle of ignominy? I mean, there's no monster. Oh, I got a ring! Equipment. Oh, I'm gonna be so strong. Let's go. I don't like this place.
ここを訪れる者に忠告する。何も考えるな。ただ流れに任せて剣を振るえ。
No thoughts head empty, just... I mean, that's easy for a kobo. Sure. Don't think. What? Oh shit, I'm getting bullied. Oh my god. I'll kill you. Shit, there's so many of them. I got you. They are so fucking strong? If your opponent remains unconscious with too long, they will 4 feet. No, I saved them, right? They're so fucking strong though. They're so fast though. Come here, asshat. Oh my god, I'm almost died. How is it one hit I'm almost dead? How fucking strong are these things? Hey. Nice, nice. Hey, got him. Am I not supposed to be here? Talk to a figure? I think so. This is a DLC. Okay, I'm running away. Yeah, well, that's good to know. It's an endgame DLC. Fuck, okay. Okay. Well, luckily I didn't die to the wolf. I'm gonna leave to have a shower. Okay, okay. I didn't know it's an endgame DLC. I talked to a woman and then she just brought me here. I can stay? No, the wolf. There's a funny thing in here. You love it? Alright, you talked me into it. I like a good old funny thing. Ixen is also endgame DLC. I believe that. Ixen's a dragon. Can you be cured of poison, or are you forever poisoned? これは? Alright, let's proceed slowly. Because one hit is half my health, so... It's a nice tissue. Hello, hi King. Hi. Are you in offline mode? I think I just enabled online not too long ago. Yeah. Save? Okay. Where can one download a personal Ixen fire? Hey, I want that too. I want to download Dragon. There's gonna be good loot here, right? Oh. Hey. Wake stones are miraculous items that can bring your character Paul and also others back to life. Treasure each wake stone for the fragments required to form them are quite rare. Each stone can only be used once. So it's like Phoenix it down, huh? And get enough wake stone shards and they will automatically assemble form a complete stone. Nah, I'm not gonna use them, it's fine. Me? Dev? Huh? My internet is not powerful enough to download you. Simply just buy me for a low price of a plane ticket to your location. Easy? Well. I mean, to Malaysia? I don't know. It sounds like... No, honestly, I have no idea. I mean, I don't even know where you are, so... If I assume somewhere around the US area... I assume, which I could be entirely wrong. It's probably gonna be like 1,000 something? More than that? Question mark? Were you talking? The wind is pushing me into the sky again. I feel the flood in my veins. That doesn't sound good. Hi, Zephyr. I assume that's like some sort of a lyric. Sorry, that's the wrong button. Don't steal my shit, I'll kill you. Middle of the US, but I can be there in however long the plane ticket you buy takes to get there. We will download the very gods together. Don't. Mine. Lyrics from an original Dragon's Dogma song that never made to PC. It was replaced by a good song, but not nearly as good. Oh. Oh shit, they all look so strong though. Alright, here we go. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Oh shit, you're so strong. God damn, will you combo? I got you. What? Now wait just a goddamn minute. Damn, so good. Ew. Oh my god, they're so strong. Oh my god, yikey beaky. I got you. Stop dying. Ugh. And then I got heals. Look at that, I got heals. Give me your back. Ugh. I'm okay. We got one. Let's go easy. Heals, thank you. I got you. Oh, wait, someone's there. Wait. Hey, how are you doing? Come here. No. I got you. Nice. We got him. Hey, Ichi. Wale no shioli desu. Yeah, no shit, we almost did. Oh, but I got a lot of good stuff here though. Look at that. Oh god, yeah, Bitter Black at low level is in fact death itself. It didn't kill me though. That's the best way to experience Bitter Black. Who needs perfect arrows? Bitter Black is supposed to be the post-game DLC dungeon. Well, yeah, I'm running away now. That mission from now on, death will pursue you. Oh, really? Even on main island? I should run then. Look at that. Kobo run. Only Bitter Black? Okay, okay. Death is part of this dungeon. We pursue, hunt the place. Like, forever. That's kind of scary. Is there a door? Oh my god, Pog, hi. Fucking spiders, I don't like it. Sorry. I'm afraid of bugs. Hey, anyone has like a range attack? I should probably just run away for now. Run! Run! One hit, you're dead, and it has a nasty gimmick to ensure it lands a hit. Oh no. That sounds very unfun. It's called being death itself, duh. Well, yeah. Dracula's death needs multiple hits? Yeah, I mean, if it lands a hit and die, and then it has a gimmick that ensures that it lands the hit, sounds very unfun to me. Oh, time to go back. Can I go back? Can I go back? Women, can I go back? Oh, thank you. Alright, bye-bye. There's a quest very late in the dungeon to kill Death. If I remember correctly, he teleports to you right before he swings, so I'm actually playing that shit down in my playthrough. No. If you return here at night, you're unlikely to find Oliver, who can guide you to Bitter Black Isle. Alright. Good to know, I'm never coming back again. He's very easy to kill with a very hard to find item. Once per playthrough. Oh no. Don't like the sound of that.
キナはずっとしばらく自分の部屋にこもってきっと調べているうちにあの子は懸命すぎて周りが見え。
I don't care about my condition. I care about I'm going to meet a dragon. For sure. I am guaranteed to meet the dragon. That's like the best thing ever, excuse me? Whoa, 2,000 gold? Kinda want to sell it. It's 2,000. Kinda want to sell it. But against my better judgment, I'm not gonna sell a reviving item. Personally, I kill death with a particular technique at close range using the fact it telegraphs its attack. Okay. Does Death stay dead? No idea. The most dangerous attack it has is its gimmick, an AoE sweep attack to ensure the scythe hits. So that must be the gimmick that you mentioned then. Don't like the sound of that. No, don't sound that. A fair amount of stamina. Did you actually go through the hurdles of killing me without the arrow? Arrow? We have so much money though. Do you see any good stuff? What? My cape is stronger. More health? My condolences to your time. Nice, look at that, we're so strong now. Horns are expendable, so even one dies is not a big deal. True enough. I mean, just now I was just saving them constantly. They don't really die, I think. Where's the inn? I want sleepies.
両都へ出てドーンと商売しようと思ってた矢先にドラゴン。
はい。
ちょっと相談事があるんだけど、これはね、この村の防犯上とても大事な話なんだ。あ、そうこなくちゃだ。
They die? When hit by death? Oh shit. You get one every playthrough, you're fine. They'll be automatically unsummoned. No, that sucks. Oh god.
実はね、この村、ここんとこたびたびそれも
泥棒？
狙われる家は決まっててね。青果店のヘラルド、道具屋のエステラもやられて、いざという時のために貯めておいた食料や備蓄物を奪ってくんだ。これ絶対に普通のコソ泥の仕業じゃないよ。そこでね、ヘラルドたちと相談して泥棒を捕まえる計画を立てたんだ。彼らも被害には憤慨してるよ。話を聞いてみちゃどうだい？ともかくだ。一段落したらまた僕のところに来てよ。
Quest markers will vary based on time, location, and your target actions. Who are you?
ああ、困ったな。どこかにか弱い女の子を助けてくれる親切な救世主がいないの
Oh shit,
かしら。
I hate people like this. It's like, oh, woe is me. Can someone help me with this little thing? The person that I'm speaking to, can you help me? But I'm not saying that you should help me. I hate it.
私あなた知ってる。ドラゴンを追っ払ったって聞いたわ。私わかる？時々ここに仕入れに来てた行商人。
I do not know
会っ
you.
たことあったと思うけど、これでもう忘れないわよね。行商人はいっぱいいるけど、美人の行商人はそんなにいないでしょ？
No.
うん、まあそれはいいんだけど、困ってるのよ私。最悪なの、泣きそうなの。それで誰か助けてくれないかなって思ってたら、あなたが来たの。これって運命よね。
She's the classical money-obsessed merchant girl trying to make it big. Oh, hi, malicious magpie. She has a very, very long quest line. I mean, that's favorite way of Gregory. Gregory. Oh, Gregory, not Gregory. Oh, Gregory. Culminating with her opening a shop. I mean, I hate her, but so long as the quest line I get compensated, fine.
でしょ？だって私ピン、あなたこそが私を救い。うん、
I need you to not speak that much.
村を出てまっすぐのところに宿営地、私はあそこまで行きたいんだけど、そこであなたの出番っていうわけ。
準備が整ったら、じゃあどうするね。
50 gold? Oh my god, yes!
休んでいきなよ。
The shop is kind of worth it, but you will pretty much have to give her a lot of stuff and it's annoying. Ah, shit. She does sell some pretty useful stuff. Also, she sells a lot of panties and stockings, which is a good selling point. Panties, maybe. Stockings? Yeah. Yeah. Till nightfall. Why are you accessing server when I'm sleeping? Now this kobo is soft bit of black and not chased by them. We can go take a shower. Good. Go shower good. Connection failure? Well, thanks game. Is my connection dead? No, my stream is still going. What the fuck? When you are connected online, your main pawn's attribute will be uploaded every time you rest in an inn. These adventures can result in new knowledge, items, and equipment they bring back when they return. Your main pawn will gain boons earned in other worlds at the inn as well. Visit often to keep current on any... Okay. I will kill you right now. Where's my other pawns? Kobo would have left anyways after getting smacked by death. Yeah, I saw that. I want to leave already. That thing is huge. You saw that? There are no nasty things in Bitter Black. The room full of other armored giant is one. The undead ruins is another. Sit in the special chair to mentor. You can give direction on how you would like them to act in battle and while out in the field. Similarly, you can also advise your main pawn how you would like them to speak to you. What? Sure. The cave with multiple dragons in it and a gauntlet of strong enemies every step in your way. Dragons? Oh god, I want to go back. I want dragon. Strike the most troublesome foe first? That sounds good. That sounds good. I try to speak or remain silent as the situation demands. Would you have me continue this way? Sounds good. That's not what you meant. What do you mean? You said based on the situation you will be more talkative or silent. Fine. You already have dragon at home? A joke saying in this game beating a dragon is when you exit the tutorial. Really? Should I suffer a deadly blow? How shall I voice my anguish? Current manner ordinary. As you are? Don't they have nothing? Meek. Confidant. Arrogant. Ordinary. Current manner is ordinary. How about be confidant because you're a dragon? I trust we will see many victories together. How shall I celebrate our triumphs? Confidant. Basically, you can set your pawn to have a certain attitude and how much they speak if you are tired of them talking too often. Oh. I booped the ear. Wait, is the boop off? It's okay. Booping ear is fine. Hi, Brecky. Well, I guess I should change the thing. Give me a second. I hope you're doing good, Brecky. Like that. Oh, you're actually booping the ear. No, I want my snoot. Must boop the snoot. Also, the hand should be here, right? It is done. Actually, I forgot to enable the redeems. I'm stupid. Give me a second. That is such a good emote, honestly. The hug and snuggles is perfect. There's also this one. I mean, there's also this one. I don't know if any of these will actually destroy my PC. I hope not. Done. You can also change your pawn's way to approach combat. You know, between being a charge in the fray person, or a hang back and shoot person, or a we'll wait for an opportunity to flank. That's kind of cool. I spent way too much time animating it. But I think the end result is kind of worth. I mean, at least I personally love it a lot. Good pawn management makes a lot of difference. Okay. I'll try to keep in mind. Nice. I am now as tall as my pawn. Actual kobo behavior.
準備が整ったら僕に話しかけてくれ。じゃあどうするね。
Store items?
任せておきなよ。
I can just store items? I need my dragon spit now. Skull can inflict curse favored by bandits? What? Probably a hobgoblin, using the mixing of curatives and other items. Nothing special to note. A scrap of warg hide that can be used in the crafting of weapons and armor. It didn't say it's a combinable material. Oh my god, stinky. Lurk? Okay. Have a good lurk, Nexus.
ねえ、何やってるの？早く行きましょうよ。
ここで休めそうですね。旅の準備は整いましたか？星魚は村の特産の我々にとってもここは安息の場です。
She's trying to go for the camp where I killed the Hydra, right? Well, traveling during nighttime, I'm sure it's fine.
何度でも回復します。漁業を営む者たちもあまり遠洋には出向かぬようですね。
ゴブリンです。
Oh, fuck. I'm on fire, help. Help, I'm on fire, help. Okami? Mine. I can't see shit.
力を合わせた結果です。
あ、そこ何かありそうよね。
Oh. I can't see shit because I didn't use this one. There. Wow, it makes such a difference. Let's go. How is Kobo? Kobo is pretty okay, albeit very blurred today. I overslept too hard. Night in this game is very dark. Looks like it, yeah. So lamps torches are very important. I want sleep too. Same. Same. I thought I'm able to rest a little bit for the past 2 days, but guess not. Didn't get the chance to. They should be fine at night near the starting village. But after the fort, there's some nasty things lurking at night. Oh my god. I guess that's good to know. Oh, okay. Didn't have a choice in this matter. Okay. Alright, what you want?
ところで、ねえ、あなたいくら持ってる？私、ここから両党を目指すんだけど、困ってるの、泣きそうなの、お金欲しいの。いくらでもいいから貸してくれない？
Oh my god.
絶対、多分、そのうち。
At least you're kind of honest about it. At some point, most likely. God damn, you just try. That's my 100 gold. You're telling a kobo to give you gold. What is this blasphemy? What is this? Oh my god. Fine. No, please get away from me. There's a people lizard way. Oh! At day, they lays around on a rock near water, but at night they go out to hunt. Ooh.
女心ってものをよくわかってるわ。やっぱりこれよね。昔から言うもんね。小金を貯めてる。私、都でお店を出すつもりだから。来たら寄ってね。いい品しかないから迷わないでね。
I hate you. Dose of strength. Concoction that restores one's strength to normal? A vigor of mighty warlord. After use amplifies strength for a period of time. Baleful nails? Plus strength plus magic? Okay, I'll buy one. And also this one, I kind of want one as well. There you go. This one. Wait, am I wearing two things? Wait, how am I wearing two things? Huh? Oh, there's a clothing and armor. Oh shit, I didn't know. So tunic is clothing. Okay, I need one. Hey, I'm learning, look at that. So this one, no jewelry. He had all the clothing and armor. That's good to know. Weapons good, only primary, no jewelry. The jewelry is a little bit too expensive. I'm gonna not do that for now. I should sell this one. It's kinda heavy. Alright.
クエストの知識を得ました。毎度どうも。ここにはしばらくだけど買いたいものがあるの。さあ、商売の。
Hunk of ore or copper ore. This one? Habby electrics. Clean clothes. Ooh. I have tree snake skin. Okay. Absorbent rag? I don't know if doing this is a good idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Rapid pelt? Sure. Copper ore 600? Sure. Whoa. I just skipped it?
さあ、商売の話をしようぜ。
I should just like... Yeah, upgrade real quick. Him? Sure. More rapid pelt? Yeah. Just gonna upgrade real quick. Oh shit, I upgraded the wrong thing. No! Why? Okay, fine. It's okay. How do I even upgrade the wrong thing? Sure. A Grand Seas herb? Sure. Nice, I feel so strong. I forgot what am I supposed to do again. Quest. Multiple quests, you may set one as your priority quest. Okay. Make all the people, places, and things relevant to the priority quest appear prominently on your minimap. Pawns in your party will also offer advice for the priority quest more often than the one in your log. Oh yeah, I should do this one. So I need to walk back to the place, right? Is there a way to fast travel? Everyone is so much faster than I do. Hold down and bay. Okay, yeah, I've been doing that. Thanks, game. Is there more?
較的安全ですが、気を抜かずに行きましょう。
I don't like how they're all faster than me. Look, just because I'm stubby doesn't mean I'm very slow, okay? There's a fast travel system of kind, but only becomes available to you once you reach the capital. Okay. I guess that's kind of fair enough. Change the progress through the game. Additionally, you can always consult the quest section of the pause menu to your current objectives. People with red icon appearing over the heads have information relevant to your priority quest. If you have several quests ongoing at the same time, you can set one as priority. Yeah, I know, you told me that. I forgot there's such a thing as sleeping time. Also, fair warning, I strongly recommend you clear as many of the non-radio quests before going under the Pawn Guild in the capital. There's a story trigger that will fail along the quests, so do them before that, especially the character-related ones. Okay. Noted. Essentially, I'll try to like complete, if possible, all the quests before progressing through the main quest, I think. They just steal money. This I can lock you out a bunch of quest lines / plot exposition for a whole playthrough and it's not cool. That sounds rough, yeah. I mean, honestly, this game first came out 2012? Is it 2012? I don't know actually. But yeah, it's a game that has quite a while, you know. This game has a lot of stuff unsaid and unexplained, and you have to figure out. Yes, that's the thing. Is this the inn?
準備が整ったら僕にじゃあどうするね無理せず休んでいきなよはいよ了解
I'll just stay until morning. So in the morning, and then I'll talk to the person. But it's very unique, and that's why I love it. The combat seems pretty unique. I love it. To me, anyway, I don't play as much. I don't see as much this kind of like combat system. So I think it's pretty cool. Forest Shank, it's one of those games that stays with you for being so unique. I can definitely see that. So you didn't say anything about it.
こんな田舎にも泥棒はやってくるんだな。自分が被害に遭うまで信じられなかったよ。絶対に見つからないと思って隠していた場所まで荒らされててね。あれは単なるコソ泥じゃないよ。それなりの技術。
You're going to love the combat where you get to fight big monsters. There's nothing like climbing monsters to stab them. Yes! I did that to the Hydra and it feels so good. Because that feels like kobo behavior. Just climb onto things and stab them.
いいかい あいつらは身軽な動きで村のあちこちを逃げ回りながら移動する。侵入してきたところを追い立ててうまく捕まえるんだ。
I'm short though.
あんたに仲間がいるならそっちは村の外を見回ってもらおうか。なるべくなら被害に遭わないうちに型をつけたいね。どうだい、分かったかい？
作戦決行時は我々は村の外におり
I have so many questions.
あ、準備はできたかい？確認を忘れるなよ。整い次第夜をしっかりやってくれよ。じゃあどうぞ気をつけてな。
What do I do? Do I just like start the quest, I guess? It says that I need to use my pawn to block their way, question mark? Maybe I get to do that afterwards.
あ、準備はできた。よし。ではいよいよだ。僕は別のところを監視してるから。いよいよだね。頼りにしてるから頑張ってくれよ。なんたって各社だからな。盗賊なんて物の数じゃないだろう。
People and enemies can restrain the troll targets. Catch the thief? So I need to grab the thief? What am I doing? The music is very intense. I'm not seeing anyone. Oh. Wait, I saw someone moving.
App.
App? Oh my god, it's none. App. What the fuck? Where am I? Hey guys, what am I doing?
App.
Oh my god, you got the double app? I cannot believe it. Hi. Wait. No, come here, asshat. So am I supposed to kill him? Alright, where'd you go, asshat? I don't think you went here. Is this quest supposed to be this hard? Or is it because I'm short? Huh? This quest is bullying me. This quest is bullying a kobold, excuse me? You want me to chase people down with my stubby legs? Excusez-moi? He was here, right? He's not here anymore. Where'd you go? You were like here. I guess when I find him, I can do like this stab. I mean, it's pretty fast.
ああ、逃げられちまった。また仕切り直しだ。まあ仕方ないか。
The fuck? Are you chasing the thief? The thing to know is his path is always the same, so you can cut his path to the right point to catch him. Oh no. Oh no. I'm bad at that. I just stay away from house chores. No, it's fine. Don't. It's fine. There's no need to apologize. I hate this quest.
もうちょっとだと思ったけど、こりゃ奴を捕まえるまで飽き。
逃げられてしまいました。
Can I do it again?
盗賊問題、なんとか型をつけたいんだ。もう一度協力してくれないか。
You need to grab the thief like you would grab an enemy. Oh, I need to grab them, not kill them. Okay.
あいつらは侵入してきたところをあんたに仲間がいるなら、そっちは村の外を見回ってもらおう。なるべくならどうだい？あ、準備はよし。僕は。
Okay, at least I can keep doing this.
いよいよだね。なんだ。
Alright, asshat. So I was right. Oh, I was walking the right way too. Wow. You were running this way, I think. Fuck! Bro, come on. Wow, I got juked. I actually got juked. Oh my god, there's no way. There's no way. What the fuck? I'm too short. My hands is too small. Oh, I lost him. Oh! Gotcha, bitch! Pure reaction. Let's go. We like to see it. We like to see it. The grab sucks. The grab sucks.
捕まえたやつに話を聞いて少し分かったよ。あいつある盗賊団の一員だってね。通称鉄槌団。半島の南にある砦に奴らの根城があるらしい。近くの街道を通ろうとした商人も襲われて荷物を奪われたりしているらしい。あんたもそっちに行くなら気をつけた方がいいね。
It's a little money. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, I like that. I like that. There you go. Yeet. The thief class has a better grab, comes out faster. Oh, that does sound pretty good, yeah. But it's okay. We did it. It's fine. Why are you guys using lantern? Do you guys think oil is free? Excuse me? Alright, let's check out the quest. Get a moon glow. Hi? Can I talk to you? Well, no shit. Excuse me? I assume night glow I need to wait until nighttime to get it? Ah, shit. Thief is very much about grappling and grabbing and grappling, especially to get on monsters with stabs. I feel like fighter can do the same, no? Night glow is nighttime flowers that are a bit rare. Okay, let's do the other ones first. Kina trek to the witchwood, begin a search there. Okay. Where? What? I don't see goblin. I hear goblin. Oh shit. Fighter can get on monsters but is less good at it. That's fair enough. Where? It's just a goblin. We just killed we killed a bunch of hobgoblins. Excuse? Excuse? I'm no longer sneaky brute. Nice. So it's difficult to get a lot of them. Yeah, night glow is rare, right? Okay, okay. I now smell like mint and cherry blossom. Cherry blossom? A borb? Like the sound of that. Mine. Hi. My mushroom. My mushroom. Damn! Damn, Lenora, holy shit! Yeah. But why? But fret not, there is a very good way to get infinite free healing items at a later point if you're smart. No, it's the only thing that I'm not out. I'm not smart. You're petting car. Oh, among the cracks that led to this place. Wait, is that ore? Can I have ore? Can I have ore, pretty please? Ore? Can I have, like, shiny? Hello, shiny? You're just lying to me. What the fuck? Kobo lie, Kobo shimmer. How Kobo shimmer? Kobo just need the motivation. A dragon or shy. It sounds about right. Wale wale no shiori desu. Shiny sounds good. Dragon sounds even better. I want them. I want dragon and shiny. My head hurts, just spend way too much money. Holiday soon, gonna go see a cute fox boy and get snuggled on the 8th. That sounds good. Heck yeah. Where's the ore? Mine. Ooh, ooh, mine. Mine. What about shiny dragon? I want them. They keep saying that there's ore, but I'm not seeing any of the ore. They're lying to me. I cannot believe it. Anyway, we're going to Witchwood. Rock. Is there a map? Oh, map. Wait. First note, the quest marker on your map can continue by searching for the required items or information. Will vary based on time, location, and your target section. Can't do impossible one quest. Okay. How the fuck am I supposed to get there? Why is it called Unusual Beach? Yep. Oh my god. Hi, bird. Hello. Hi. I see a very adorable kobo. You know what? Me too. How you doing, Merp? Just like Monster Hunter, a lot of plants laying around have particular effects and will be useful with different afflictions. Sounds about right. Doing roll-tastic? Nice. Why would you... Okay. Don't you get dizzy running around so much? Merp is special. Merp is special. How to get her is all the way around. You pass the fort, go left, stick to the left, and you reach the forest. Ooh, a bit of a spoiler, but... Alright. Never? Sounds about right. Rolling is live. But maybe there's like a closer 10 wolves, 3 cyclops, 8 spiders, Witchwood, AB vicinity. You asked how to get there, answer. Sorry, nah, it's okay. I just didn't expect a very detailed answer. It's part of my fault, don't worry. Make for the Waycast and rendezvous with Sir. Oh, this one is the main quest, right? Yes, Sir Mercedes is like the main quest. I need one more rabbit. South Grand Seas. Mercedes, mommy. I mean, mummy. Is Mercedes mummy? I guess. She's not a dragon though, sadly. Especially you can find under the village we're going by the well, I think. Oh, whether I found some Saurians. Oh wait, I'm checking the quest. What am I doing? Oh. There were a lot of rabbits around. Now everything is just gone. Hey, can you tell me about rabbit? Like there were a lot of rabbits.
回路の発達は盛んではありません。各社様、大丈夫ですか？この辺は岩場が多いですね。採取できるものがないか注意しましょう。
これは宝でしょうか？
Mine. They will come back. You just need to be very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. God, the nostalgia is bursting in. I used to love watching Looney Tunes.
街道沿いは比較的安全です。このような木の周辺では何か採取できる可能性があります。
I mean, I was just here. Maybe I should search other place.
戦闘時は焦らず、よく攻撃機会を見定めましょう。
Small nut. If they're like me, just give them a wolf and the buns will come out. But most buns are the opposite. There are also large nuts. Yeah, I have a few large nuts.
いろいろ試しましょう。地形によっては踏んだり掴んだりできそうです。
この辺は岩場が多いですね。採取できるものがないか注意しましょう。
Why do they keep saying this all around this place when I'm not seeing any of them? Point touch.
漂着した船のようです。探せば何かあるかもしれません。
Can I mine these? Let me just grab my dragon. Not you, get out.
何かあるようです。 何かありますよ。
You need a pickaxe to mine rocks, or so I think without one to deposit won't appear. No, I have two. I bought it. I was mining stuff when I was in the well. But then they just keep debating me. It's like, oh hey, you know that there's ores around here, and I don't see any of them. They debate me. It's like, haha.
浜辺は見晴らしがいいですが、敵にも見つかりやすいのでご注意を。何かあるようです。
Ooh.
段差がありますね。採取できるものがないか注意しましょう。この辺は岩場が多いですね。採取できるものがないか注意しましょう。
いろいろ試しましょう。地形によっては飛んだり掴んだりできそうです。
Was it here where you were in the well? Yeah. That's fair. No worries. I guess we can go to Witchwood? Yeah, I mean, I guess the rabbit, I'll just leave it to fate. If I see rabbit, I kill. If not, then yeah, it's fine.
よく攻撃機会を見定めましょう。
まじない市の森、カサディスからは遠いです。案内であれば私にお任せください。
Gonna lead the way. Somehow jumping is a little bit faster than I walk. God damn it. I'm too short. Look at that. Jumping is fast. Oh my god. Money. Do I need night cry or do I need night something else? Moon glow, not night cry. Just grow some bone. Okay. I'll grow some bone. Yeah. You're so cute, I'm gonna explode. Merb, you're also cute too. I mean, Kobo just wins in the cute contest. No one can. It's just what kobolds are. Mamma Mia trail. But if you explode, who's gonna roll? Yeah, we need our rolling kobold. Oh, wait, can I recreate that again? The mega teabag? How do I do the mega teabag? Oh my god, they're gonna start a howl, they're gonna start a howl. Help! Ooh, that's a big one. Go! I got you. Are they running away? I'm not as ugly as banelings. What's a baneling? Banelings are cute. Only the baneling for a cartoon StarCraft. Nuh-uh. Got him. Wolves are dangerous if left unchecked. Wolf hunts in packs? Yeah. Oh, at least at the start, okay. You told me to go here, Rook. What do you mean? Even near endgame, they go numb, and the cycle go boom. Some of the multiple dragon Dogma memes, like, it's weak to fire. Hono ga jakuten da. Fenrir wolves are dangerous for a different reason. Fenrir sounds very dangerous, yeah. Ooh, I like the rocks. Oh, rock. Rocks, they're coming. Oh my god, rocks. Dodge them. Konotedo. Alright, all good. Just rocks. Alright, which one of you assheads try to rock us, huh? Hi. Oh shit! Oh shit. Oh shit. They stabbed me 3 times and I'm dead. Ah. Oh no, I think it's gonna be very long. Okay, retry from last checkpoint. I got stabbed 3 times and I'm dead. I think retry from last checkpoint would be good. Question mark? You return to the last autosave at an inn or rift. Oh shit, no. I feel like Kunli just memed out every pawn line. Where am I? Oh, hi DT. I'm very laggy, but I'm waving to you. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Nerd. I still don't know if I'm a nerd. Like, what qualifies as a nerd? I like games a lot. Does that count? Does that count as a nerd? No, I'm looting. Hey, no. Ooh. A kobold is coming. Kobold is coming. Don't do it. Mine. Is there more? Oh, that move is very satisfying. Is there more? Got him. Got him. I have full health, what do you mean? They hunt in packs and chat. Yeah, winning? Kinda? I mean, I definitely did not die just now. That didn't happen. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Just in case it happened again. I'm just gonna save here, it's fine. This worked, right? Hey, tank the rocks. Wow, Rook, that looks painful. It's just a rock, what do you mean? Ah, 你现在才跟我讲？
不是，妈妈现在才跟我讲。
是啊。
我不是故意的。
哇，5点半了哦。
他讲去旺点，今天明天。
OK。
他能的话就尽量的意思啦。
OK， 我尽量了。
刚才玩 Pokemon。
好玩。God damn it! I've been told I need to end early now. Really? Ah, shit. Why now? Sick'em boys. Sick'em boys. Sick'em boys. Get 'em boys. Get 'em boys. Get 'em boys. Get 'em boys. I'm angry now. I'm angry now. Wait a minute. Aha. I'm angry now. That's right. You kill me? Lakshyo Destiny. That was easy. But then again, it's a bit true for everything. This game doesn't mess around. Yeah, I kind of like it. The game doesn't pull punches, and I appreciate that a lot. What you want? What you want? Oh no, I cannot grab him! I cannot grab him. Nah. I got him. Hey, no. You want to shoot? You want to shoot? Ow. I think that's very close to real life. Just missed every shot. Is that money? I like it. 1,000! Oh my god, they're so rich. Yeah, I'm gonna have to end early. I just been told that my parents want me to end early so that they want me to go for a family dinner. Because tomorrow is winter solstice. And they want to celebrate 2 days apparently. Like I mean, I guess, you know. I mean, I did say I want to make this a weekly thing, but man, do I want to play more. Rook. What kind of games do you normally play? Hard to say. I play a lot of different games, but recently I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter World. You know, playing it back. Gosh. Oh, yeah. I've been playing some Switch lately as well. Recently bought a new game, Pokken Tournament. Yeah. Very good at fighting games, kinda. I do play fighting games as well, a lot of them. Recently been playing a little bit of Killing Instinct as well. Oh god. Go! Don't run. I have short legs. I told you I have stubby legs. Is that an enemy? Oh, it is. Hi. Now you better jump down. If you're not, I'm gonna knock you down. I'll knock you down. I mean it. I told him. There's always another DM kobo. Go eat food. Yeah, I'm probably gonna like end now or soon. Just a few more bandits. Also, what the game tells you, so the game is one of those where your physical build matters. Yeah, I just realized. I'm trying to build a kobold, and it actually behaves like a kobold. No, don't stab me. No. No. Yeah. Oh my god, asshead. If you dodge the third time, I'll kill you. If you dodge the second time, I'll kill you. No. Got him. Any loot around? Movement speed is determined by your size. Same for your stamina health ratio. Playing as a lowly character, and there's a part where I regretted it. I mean, just like, don't get hit with mushrooms. There's a total of one spot I think where small size helps. Got a favorite Pokemon? Ooh. Coming with the tough questions, aren't you? It's hard to choose. There's so many good-looking dragon-type Pokemon out there. But the one that really sticks with me is gonna be Noivern. It's either Noivern or Salazzle. It's a tough one, definitely. It's always like either Noivern or Salazzle. Always. This is Witchwood, right? Alright, we reach... How about game? Dogma is my favorite game. Favorite game, huh? Favorite game... Honestly, to me, I feel like if a game consists of playable dragon race... Okay, that might be a little bit too biased, but I think if I want to talk about my favorite game, it's either gonna be Tekken or Monster Hunter. Two of these. Although I stopped playing Tekken 7 for a long time because the toxicity in Tekken 7 is just off the charts. So decided to stop playing the game, and instead I'm gonna wait for Tekken 8, which is like next year, January 24th, I think it came out. 1.2k hours in Tekken? Oh, you mean Monster Hunter World? No, it's Monster Hunter World. I have 1.2k on. Dude is... Oh, dude.
Hi, Narix. Yep. Oh. I haven't eaten yet? No, why? I mean, I know why, but it's okay. Don't worry. I got a voice line too. Is that a woman or a scarecrow? Yep. Oh, it's you. Hi.
ごめんなさい。心配かけるつもりはなかったんだけど、ここにあなたの傷の手がかりがあるかと思ったら、どうしても探さなくっちゃって思って。
The language of the dragon? I thought as a kobo I just yip towards them and then I win.
ドラゴンの言葉がわかるまじないしが森の奥に住んでいるらしいの。一緒に来てくれる？あなたとならこの霧でも心強いわ。
Oh yeah, also Narix. I have the jiggly thing. the jiggly thing. I'm gonna play more. Okay, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Yep, yep. I'll just yip a little bit more, that's it. You just stole my southern organ.
Yup.
I cannot believe that actually happened. Yes, I recorded them. I recorded those yips. I don't know why, but... Hey, I'll take it, yep. It's on a new accessory now. Not new accessory, but modified a little bit. Bro, peek. Peek.
Okay. Hi, Shana.
フィールドの知識を得ました。
Share photo when you can. Alright. I'm back. Nice. Welcome back. Have you played Soul Calibur 6? Yes. And unfortunately the netcode is just way too bad. So I couldn't really play online with that. But I do enjoy playing Mitsurugi and Haomaru. When 2B came out for a little bit, I played 2B. I'll give you one. I'll give you one. There, drink it. Use it. I look at your health. I hate it. How is the kobo? Kobo is doing pretty okay, other than being very blur. And also, that need to end soon. Very soon, but I just don't want to stop. Magic enemies from the charm doesn't look very sturdy. Is that good or is that bad? But yeah, Soul Calibur is a pretty good game, not gonna lie. Like, the game itself is very fun. It's just the netcode that just throws me off. Like, eh. Can you guys shut the fuck up? You guys keep talking. Holy shit. There's so many information. Come here, I saw you. Those charms create the fog, you destroy them, you can see. Oh, okay. Oh, the ward generates fog. Okay, sorry, I stopped talking. No, it's not directed towards you, DT. It's directed towards those pawns. You see how much they talk on the left side? Oh my god, they never stop talking. It's insane. Mushroom? 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 I can't see shit, it's so dark. Wolf hunts in packs. Large nut. Large nut. Goblin? How you doing, Rook? Mine. Oh, mushroom. A fire doesn't work when it's in the river, excuse me? I actually cannot see anything. That is insane. There we go. Yeah, you're right. Lanterns and torches are very important. Ow! Huh.
森のまじない師とは村に教会が
アイテムを拾います。ランドで回復します。
お任せください。
Water in general create a wet effect, and when you are wet, you can't get lit on fire, but are weaker to lightning. This can be used strategically. Sounds like Divinity Original Sin 2, you know, where you can cast rain and then just cast cast a shocking touch or something. No, electrical discharge. And then everyone in the water area will just get stunned. Fun. You know, no, I actually have to stop here. I hear them coming again. Okay. Fine, god damn it, I have to stop here. Fine, okay. I'll play more tomorrow. I'll play more tomorrow. Same thing, throwing oil at enemies as an opener and hitting them with a torch and fireball is a good idea. Alright, let me do this real quick. They're coming again. Fine. Alright. Just gonna go find a raid target real quick. I'm not even gonna plug anything today. It's okay. There's no need to plug. Look, I can just become big. It's fine. At least we learned the kobo. The kobo is no panties and stocking person. No, I have stockings. Oh, thanks, Jade. That works. Is stocking something like thigh high or something else? It's similar, right? I don't like the dead silence. I'm gonna open up the music. What was I listening to again? Oh, this one's good. When in doubt, hi-fi rush. When in doubt, hi-fi rush. Yes, it's okay. So thigh highs is a stockings as well. Okay. Oh, there's so many choices. Okay, whoa. Archmuffin is streaming. Jester is streaming. Daisy is streaming. Buster is streaming. Niche is streaming. Oh god. There's so many beans. Ooh, I have to choose. I'm choosing Muffin. I'm choosing Muffin. Oh, I rated Daisy on Monday, I think, right? I think I rated Daisy on Monday. And stockings are usually go to your pelvis, and thigh highs and, well, at your thigh. Oh. They're the same thing, just different length. I feel like thigh highs will be very comfortable though. I feel like. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, they look comfortable. Okay, let me type the rate real quick. At least I know that I can beat 3D while playing Dragon's Dogma. I wouldn't be in them if they weren't cozy. Right, so I was right then. Just the looks of it is quite cozy already. I mean, also kinda cute too. Okay, I type in the rate. Cozy is good, cozy is very good, very important. Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything else. I'm probably just gonna raid and run, so I don't think I can interact with Archmuffin as much. Totally wasn't summoned by that word. Cozy is good. Summoned by Cozy, that's nice. So Nexus is summoned by Dragon, and also I am summoned by mentioning dragons as well. And Cozy can summon Ixen. That's good to know. Gonna find the words. Words are powerful. Alright, anyway. I type in rate, I'm ready to rate, and I need to go now. It's a It's not short, it's 5 hours, it's okay. Cozy and Loot summon me? Loot! I don't think Loot summon me as much unless it's something that I really like. Dragon plus Loot, I guess? Probably? Why am I talking about this? Okay, it's fine. What about both? Oh yeah, see, there it is. The good one. Okay, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? Here comes the raid to Archmuffin. Ooh. Here, let me just do like raid Chinese. The raid message and also non-sub raid. There. Those are the raid message. I mean, if you want to use your own emote, feel free to do so. It's fine. Use whatever emote you guys want. Right? Just have fun. And although, you know, when I say this, but try not to have more than 4 emotes. You know, don't want to flirt too much with the chat. But yeah, that's a raid message. DM? Oh, okay. I'll check the DM later. Uses the way. No. Too much. Illegal. Illegal. We don't want to flirt too much of the chat box. I'll just wait for the timer to go down. So tomorrow I'll play more Dragon's Dogma. I'll play more Dragon's Dogma because tomorrow I need to end early as well. So yeah, uses all his 252 emotes. Well, no, you cannot just do that. You cannot just do that. No, oh, bad. Yeah, stay safe, everyone. Take care. Smooches. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye.